about to get started here, so come on in and join us. So guess what? We're live. We're on the live stream right now. So is everyone enjoying New Orleans, UEFN so far? Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It's been a great time so far, and David and I are here. Let me introduce myself. I'm Andy Blondin. I'm the Director of Product Management for the Broadcasting Live event space. A lot of familiar faces in the crowd. Excited to be here with you guys today. And David, you go ahead and intro yourself.
I'm David Gromlich. I'm a Senior Product Specialist here with Andy. And yeah, we're just excited to see so many people in the crowd so we can all nerd out over some cool new tools.
Yeah. So we're here today to talk about Project Avalanche, which is a dedicated tool set for broadcast design and motion graphics. Some of the goals is to bring real-time motion graphic design tools to all creators. So if you saw last year, we announced it at UEFest 2021. Believe it or not, I mean, we had 132,000 views on YouTube. It was super popular. This all started with our connection to Rocket League and FNCS, which we'll cover a little bit of this morning. And we're going to cover a whole suite of tools we've been building for you guys. So some of that we'll cover two of the projects that we've been with ESPN, and then we are in beta right now, early access for this, which we want to talk a little bit more about and be able to describe. But first, I'm going to kick it off and show a little bit of some of the Rocket League work that we did that started all of this. So here we go.
Yeah, so that was kind of our big coming out in terms of building stuff for the broadcast world, and building this esports sample after that was an awesome way to follow that up. This entire thing is a fully customizable graphics package. It's got full team-based controls, so you can kind of go in there and switch out tricodes and all that fun stuff to change the color scheme and all that. And this whole thing, though, is in case you guys aren't kind of aware of the product, but the goal is to replace offline rendering and to start running things in real time more often. So yeah, this sample project is out there to download. You guys can play around in it and yeah, give us feedback and yeah. So another thing that's coming up very soon, and that we are going to be actually doing a talk about later today at about 2 o'clock, is the Fortnite Championship Series. So there's a whole graphics package for that we worked on in collaboration with War and Blast, a couple really awesome creative companies. So yeah, please stop by and we'll do a really cool session with them and just kind of talk about the process.
Yeah, I believe it's 2 p.m. here. So
yeah, 2 p.m. Did I say 4?
Check your schedules. Yeah. So next up, we've been working with ESPN and started a great partnership. We started working with them to do the ESPYs. We did the Rose Parade, and the next step was to work on this ESPYs project with them. It was a the same thing, customizable graphics package. We focused a lot on the lower thirds and the full screen graphics and the in-studio elements. So being able to run this out of their control rooms in Bristol, Connecticut, and be able to do the 3 packages. We're going to cover a lot of the details on how we built those scenes and rigged those scenes along with ESPN. So they obviously have a super talented motion graphics team and keep pushing the bar in many areas. But this was one of the highlights of being able to actually take something that's in beta, work closely with a partner, and be able to get a project on air again. So. And yeah, David, tell us a little bit about
so kind of the deliverables for this project. It was pretty ambitious at the time, actually. It was 3 complete shows, one including basically the live show that was kind of the red carpet equivalent. Tons of deliverables, relatively speaking. I mean, that 19 deliverables is nothing to sneeze at. And 75 total actual graphics running across 7 graphics engines. So yeah, there's the ability in this show to at any point switch the looks because each show had kind of its own little bit change in the color scheme. and we're able to kind of accommodate all of those things across lower thirds, full screens, and just various other studio elements that they required.
Yeah. So right now, where are we at? We announced last year, now we're in the beta phase. So we have a beta program running. It's a private beta only, so if you're interested, after this talk, find us, and we'll tell you how to sign up for it. We have over 200 individuals in there. A lot of you are from large media companies who are using this kind of tech, 105 different companies. We're gonna have the next version of the beta out, hopefully in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we'll be covering a bunch of that progress and details now. So top features, there's a lot of things that we've done to be able to cover, and so we're gonna focus on a lot of these today. So I'm gonna go ahead and start in with a little bit of the layout and the viewports and the setup. So we'll go ahead and take a look, and I'll talk over these videos, but you can see that we have a dedicated layout for motion design now. So you can see you have 2D and 3D viewports. You have the ability to kind of see what's going out the camera and out the SDI feeds, but you also have a 2D canvas, which we'll be describing a little bit. But you still have full access to the 3D scenes and the camera cuts and all the great things that you're used to using out of the level editor. With the 2D canvas that I was talking about here, you can see that we have things like rulers and guides. So most designers coming from other applications, you want to make things pixel aligned for screen and be able to hit those design targets. So we have rulers and guides. You can see we have a mixture of lit and unlit materials where you can move those lights around. We put a lot of energy and emphasis into the world outliner. So we put in filtering systems, abilities to nest and group actors more easily, so they're not necessarily alphabetically sorted. You can expand and collapse those. We have a nice layering system, so you can put everything on layers. You can solo those layers so that you can work with just those aspects of the scene. And so sometimes these scenes, for complex broadcast graphics, they can go very deep. You can have hundreds of elements, but sometimes you want to just solo the one element and work on it in isolation. So you can see we put a lot of energy into polishing up a lot of the features there. And then very common things like being able to take and batch rename a bunch of items, the ability to add a prefix, suffix, or rename things. So we've actually expanded that across the board, across many areas of Unreal for assets and textures and different things. And here you can see that you can actually take a modifier, for example, add an outline to things, and then you can drag and drop in the world outliner, which is pretty nice to just copy paste from one actor to the other. And then for certain things like shapes, sometimes you want to copy the whole shape. You can copy the category and just go ahead and paste it onto another shape and copy all those properties. So as you can see, we're trying to focus on artist first and making those elements really accessible and easy to use. Next up, we're going to take a look at cloners and effectors. So if you've done 3D motion graphics, you probably are aware of cloners and effectors. Cloners is a system that allows you to replicate geometry. So you can see in this example here, it's kind of a football themed. We have a series of a whole bunch of cubes in the middle that have been cloned and replicated. And you can see here that we can take those effectors, which I'm moving now, and I have 3 different ones, but you can move them all around to come up with different patterns. So you can see here, this is a cool shoe example. This is our twin motion shoes. I'm taking the clone and making it into a sphere. I'm cloning a whole bunch of these shapes, and then I can instantly play that back as though it's a cool shoe commercial. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. Here's how the system works. We have a whole lot of patterns. We have grids, spheres, lines, circles. You can even clone it to a mesh or a spline. You have the ability to whatever you nest and group inside of this cloner actor, inside the world outliner, it will go ahead and clone. So I have a whole bunch of these small little Lego bricks. And you can see we can sort those patterns. We can do one after the other, or we can randomize them. And then effectors allow you to move and position, scale, and rotate those that fall within that area of influence. So you can see you have an inner and outer fall off with lots of custom easing. So this is an example here that's building up like a Lego ocean, for example. So you have the ability to have 3 or 4 of these. You can have as many as you want, but one of them is driving kind of the movement of the waves, and then the other one's driving the peaks. Here's an example from Nick from Grayscale Gorilla. We'd been working with him. He had given us some of the models, and we're building a city out of just 10 different elements. So being able to move those cloners around actually allow you to do a little bit of level building and world building on the fly. So it's really fun to just quickly experiment with these things and procedurally set up and move items about. So you can see here just a little more examples of being able to move those things. And then lastly, you can have those inner and outer fall-offs so that real Lego build-on effect, just showcasing how those things work. Yeah, we'll be showing even a little more. That was progress this last April, but we'll be showing even more in a minute. So here's our procedural geometry tools. We've taken a lot of the geometry scripting framework and turned those into parametric models here. And you can see that there are all sorts of shapes and sizes that you can go ahead and bring in. And these aren't just 2D shapes. You'll see here that we have a full modifier system where you can extrude and bevel and those type of things. But we have covered almost all the common shapes that you would do, and you can see that we're focusing a lot on the in-viewport experience, being able to move these things about. So you can see you can add in like extrudes. Here we have the word epic, for example, that's carved and booleaned live into the background. So it's taking a piece of 3D text, converting it into the dynamic geometry, and being able to carve those elements in and being able to play that back live. Here you can see we have a vector importer, so we can import SVGs, and here's just a couple. One is the Fortnite logo, the other one is just a stock element that I pulled in. But you can see that these are all converted into geometry, so it can be almost like vector graphics, very, very high res, so you can zoom in infinitely. With that, you still get access to each individual part, so I'm pulling down there and kind of accessing. You can make them lit, unlit materials. We read the SVGs and take the color, for example, directly from them. And then we create materials for you that are dynamic materials. So we don't import hundreds of things into the content browser. And you can see you can add bevels and extrudes and that kind of thing to each one of those. And then you can animate them as well inside of Sequencer. I don't showcase it here in this example, but you still have all the independent parts and then can change and put any custom materials on them and override if you want. So a lot of power in those kinds of features. Here you can see we're playing around a little bit with our modifier system. So the panel that's there, you can see we have different extrudes, outlines, bevels. We actually have like an array and clone that's inside there that we call the pattern. We have a mirror modifier, so I'm mirroring this on the left and the right. I'm able to take those in, and it's just fun to be able to play with these kinds of things fully live. We even have things like bend and taper and some deformers that are in there as well. So next up, David's going to tell us a little bit about the material designer.
Yeah, so the material designer, building materials in Unreal Engine for people who come from other industries that are more accommodating of like Photoshop and all those kinds of layer-based material systems, or layer-based just design systems. When they come to Unreal, it's like, what's going on here? So what we've kind of done is we've tried to create a system where you guys can kind of layer up and build kind of custom designs in a format and a design system that's a bit more familiar. So what we've got here is we have a 2D element that we brought in, this character, and we've got this cool background that's kind of chilling back there. And let's say we just want to layer that up. We can move that to the background. It can hang out back there. We can reorder these layers. We can adjust their opacity. In this case, we're adjusting some of the transforms to kind of move these properties around, move these elements around on the screen. And we're going to add kind of a little effect here. And what's nice is we have this system of blend modes that should be super familiar to anybody who's kind of used, any of the major kind of image compositing programs. In this case, we're going to go ahead and add that back there, that glow, and we're going to have it be an add to kind of make things glow a little bit. And we have kind of a global opacity slider here that'll kind of let you kind of do that to every element at the same time, or each individual element that we're trying to show in here. All of this is keyframeable, as you'd expect. And so as we kind of move forward here, this kind of cyc that's in the background, we're also able to move that with the offset controls because we have full kind of UV animation controls that you can keyframe. So again, to give this whole thing some depth, give it a background, have that background move, all the kind of effects you'd expect from being able to do this kind of stuff in a typical kind of 2D kind of compositor. So we kind of, yeah, that's kind of what we have going on there. And all of this, what's really cool about it is as you're building it up in this system, it's not just living here and it's done. This is actually building a real Unreal material that is a whole lot more nodes than we're showing there. And that's kind of what you're able to, at any point, flip this button over and see what this is actually doing in the background. And you can take that material, copy it over, and actually use it as a proper Unreal material. And so this kind of gives you a nice jump start, if you will. It saves you a bunch of time and also kind of lets people onboard into our system pretty quickly.
Yeah, so that's a lot of kind of where we were at throughout the year in April. Now I'm going to show you more of the progress of since then. So the big change is now that this is just a mode of the engine. It's a motion graphics mode. So you can engage with all the other kinds of modes that you're used to, the landscape mode and the world building modes that you're typically used to, so the modeling tools and all that kind of stuff. So now we've transitioned to just be in the level editor full time. You can see here, this is an example I made with the twin motion watch, the ability to be able to use the camera cut system and bring all these things in. You can see I get the volumetric light. In the background, I have a small cloner system like I was showing just to scatter some of these things that are actually just small, tiny spheres. And then the watch face itself is actually the internal geometry tools that I was just showing you. So I just made one of those cylinders and I rotated it around and animated it. And the cool part is, you know, typically you're doing this in 2 or 3 applications. And now, because this is all native and built in, you can stay in that creative flow very easily. So going back to the meshes, for example, and just changing, you know, the offsets of these. If somebody gives you notes, you don't have to go back and re-render things and send it back and forth. It's just a very nice, easy way to work. So. Yeah, we think, and we're very excited in the next version of the beta, this is kind of what we're pushing out to the community, and excited to see where people go and where people take it. So a little bit more on the cloners and effectors. So the cloner system under the hood is built by our Niagara particle system. So the cool part is we can start to add forces. So I'm making a cylinder here, I'm kind of scattering them and adding some randomization to that. And as you saw, I was moving those effectors through, but now we can actually just start to add forces to those as well. So we can add curl noise, for example, and just get some of that undulation and things like that very easily. So again, this is fully live. You can go ahead and nest other objects inside of it, and it would replace those particles. But we're starting to add all kinds of forces. So I'll show you in this example here, we have the ability to take like a whole system and just add some movement, some orientation to it. We have the ability to turn on the overall like per clone rotation, and you can change those. And then we're adding the curl noise in there as well. The things we're looking at next is some of the gravity forces and the other things that come with you know, the dynamics and the physics side of Niagara. And so, you know, as of this week, we've been able to get some of those things in where you can move those effectors through and it starts to add those forces where those effectors hit. So it's just a very cool, creative process. Here is showing you on those, we've added the ability to clone those along the splines. So you can see these little tread marks here, for example. You can see in the viewport, there's a whole series of splines. So designers like to work this way because it's very procedural. You can move those around, you can have those things follow, and obviously kind of art direct them to your heart's content. So you can see in this example, the ability to just clone those things along the splines and then have them reveal on. And then lastly, as well, we've added the ability to use texture maps. So you can see here's a massive grid of clones. And you have the ability to say, hey, let's mask those to a texture. So it's just a white and black texture that we had from our Rocket League session. And you can see here now we're getting to get some of that reveal coming across with using texture maps. So obviously we'll continue to take this further, but it's starting to become a very solid base for design. Next up, in viewport editing, we've added the ability for you to, anything that you use in the details panel as you favorite can show up inside of the viewport. So you can see here, I take an HDRI, I've added that in, and now I can basically not have to go back to the details panel, but I can edit things in context very easily. So I'm changing, just some of these settings. The cool part is, if you do this for a spotlight, all the spotlights can show up that way, and you can move these about. So in a second here, you'll see in the bottom left corner, you can drag these around, you can dock them, you can snap them together. And so it just makes for a very artist-friendly workflow.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit quickly about text and font features. Everyone's most exciting topic, I know. So what you're able to do now is you can browse system fonts, you can browse project fonts, you can kind of the whole system's kind of open to you literally. Just grab fonts wherever you need to. You can preview all that stuff before you even import it to save you that little bit of time. We have a bunch of font styling tools that we're going to show in a second here. Let's get to those. We're still switching fonts, and that's completely exciting, but powerful. So once you're kind of in there, you can switch between the various font types, so bold, italic, all that good stuff, all the stuff you'd want from fonts. So once you're in there, let's get through that part. We're going to get to some font styling in a moment here, I promise. So any of these fonts are able to be 2D or 3D. They can be extruded, beveled, and you can apply different materials to their various faces, like you would be able to in any kind of 3D program. And so that's all for fonts.
So materials, in the beta, people have asked us a bit about, what do you guys want to do with materials? Obviously, we have the Quixel library. We have some very specific needs around materials, and the masking and the items we're showing, we're using transparency in some very specific ways. So we're starting to think through and want to provide a small library of elements that would get you started quicker, faster, better for the 3D. We showed you some of the 2D and 2D material creation side of things. But look out for this. This is something that we're starting to put a little bit of focus in within our team. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and talk about the animation improvements. So we've added a thing that we call animators. Animators, you can target any specific property. So this isn't the final UX that, we're still in beta, so we're trying to figure some of this out. But you can go ahead and say, hey, I want to add a wiggle to the X and Y values here. And I'm going to go ahead and change the strength of these. So you can start to see it's building up that animation. And now we can go ahead and start to add that per character. So, I'm starting to crank the values and go nuts on these. But this can be targeted to any property. So I'm using text, but it could be spotlights, for example. So kind of like a cooking show, I'm going to go ahead and turn on a couple of the spotlights, and now I'm getting some roaming, wiggling position of those. And so far, we've tackled some of the basics. We're going to have like the wiggles, the bounce, the randoms, those kinds of things. But we'd love to talk with you and see what, where you'd like us to go next. Obviously, we have a list, but we should compare notes after the talk if you want. So the next step is to do something with the bounce. So this is kind of like a text effect, if you will, where you can add a bounce to the Z. So I'm going to go ahead and crank the values a little bit, and you can see it's the whole word, but now I need to do a little bit of range selection, and you can see I'm starting to get like that bounce animation. So these, again, are those hallmarks of motion graphics, the ability to be able to, obviously we see this stuff all day, every day on the kind of content you watch on TV and online. So yeah, it's going to be a fun feature, and we'd love to collaborate with you guys on that.
So rigging and templating, everyone here who's in the broadcast industry would know that's a pretty core part of what we do. These graphics need to be kind of set up so we're successful on the road, right? We can quickly type things in. So what we've kind of got going here is our system that we had built for the SBs and helped to build with that, where you're able to kind of go in and you can change color scheme based on this property up here. It'll go from the various spots and change the text. And along with that text, it's going to expand the bar. So as you can see on the kind of top line there, it will expand and contract with the size of the text. So all this will auto size. That's what the actual tool is called. And as you do the same thing with the main bar, same thing's going to happen there. As you add a line 2, we kind of have it so that it'll automatically expand the height as well. So it's pretty it's pretty active design that we're able to accommodate here that we're pretty used to at this point in this industry.
And the cool part about this is you don't have to code these things. This is all part of our layout modifier system, which we didn't dive into too much detail to show here, but it's very, in the same way, designer friendly of being able to, but we do show a little bit of that in the coming slides, so. Oh yeah, on this one, so this is a little dive deep. You can see here that we can target any property. So we're gonna go ahead and change a bunch of colors. You know, across that we have 10 different colors we need to control at once. For someone who's an operator, they just want one place where they can change all of those things. So we have the ability to link those up, which David will show a little bit next. You can see that you can auto-size that content so that the bars end up fitting correctly. It's important for these designs and for templating that, you know, you need to be able to type any text in there and you don't want it to be able to bump into the guy's shoulder, for example, so you need to max size those things to fit. And so you can see that we have a lot of tools built in there that are very artist friendly. In this example here, you can see oftentimes you build one layout that needs to have multiple purposes. So you build layouts that have 2, 3, 4 options into them, or it could be a video box, or it could be sponsor on the left, sponsor on the right. And these are all done with our remote control and the rigging logic that we're showing you. So we're using like our modifier system there. We have a grid arrange, and that allows you to change how many rows are visible to the user. So, you know, you could change this anywhere from 5 to 10 rows of text, for example. And then we'll be showing more of this, but this is our playlist tool, and we even designed all the lower thirds that were for these demo videos inside of this system. So this is intended to be able to play out all that content live, and then as you can see, each one of those graphics becomes a template that you can then version and play.
Yep. So what we've kind of showing here is we basically have an equivalent of a field ID system going on, where we are able to take multiple properties. In this case, we're going to be setting a texture, color, and some text. And you can assign those to a property ID/field ID. We haven't settled fully on a name yet, but we'll let you guys know as soon as we have one. So as you kind of go through here, we have a conditional behavior happening where, you know, if you set it to 1, give me some red background on all of my elements here, and then set the texture accordingly, and then set the text to something. In this case, this is a red headline, panic. So we're going to be doing this for each of these numbers that we're going to be setting down here. 1, 2, and 3 are going to give us different results. This is a super kind of common need to be able to set things according to like an integer in this case. So yeah. Now, all this kind of leads into something we've been asked about many times, which is when are we going to have a system to do a sort of transition, live transition between graphics and be able to keep certain graphics on the screen, take certain graphics off the screen, and to kind of assign everything to layers so you can go and advance it. So what we're working with here is I'm going to play this thing out, and we've got a lower third. That lower third has a very specific job, and we're going to tell what that job is using this system. In this transition layer, we have preset groups that you can assign however you want. In this case, we have one called L3. We're going to take this graphic, we're going to assign it to that group, and we have a whole state tree system that we will go into in more detail at a later time because it's a lot to talk about right now. But the point is that graphic has now been assigned as a lower third. The system knows it is that, and so forth. We're going to make another graphic here and assign that graphic to basically an upper left, or upper right rather. And so we're going to go in, assign it to a slab, and there you go. Once you've done that, you can go to, we're going to do one more scene. This will all coalesce, don't you worry. We're going to have a widget that's going to be an upper left. In this case, it's handling like a locator. And we're going to do the same thing. Go ahead and assign it. And once it's all assigned and rigged, obviously, skip that part, but you know, that's it. That's just a minor detail. Then we can go into our playlist tool. And from the playlist, we're able to kind of play those things out and preview them like you'd expect. And then we're eventually going to be able to take them to air. But right now, let's preview this lower third and check it out. We're going to pick one more. There it is. And it's going to bring in a slab, upper right, and upper left. So we got our locator there. And now, let's flip this thing over and take a look at the playout and see how this would all look. So, White House, right? Got a graphic coming in, lower third, okay, great. That's on its own layer. It can come and go as it pleases. We have our upper right, that's got a whole other thing, and our locator on the upper left. We can now, because we've assigned things, switch that lower third to a totally different lower third with nothing else being affected by that, and bring in a different lower third, change the upper right, upper left, and then just kind of go from there. And then take everything out at the same time or take everything out individually. In this case, we chose to take it all at the same time. So yeah.
Yeah, so key to that is the playlist tool, which we've been prototyping for the broadcast side of things. And with this, we're working with a whole series of partners as well on the broadcast industry. As many people know, we have a lot of partnerships on that side of things. So we've been developing this out, and we actually have run a couple shows with this playlist tool now. But you can get program preview, there's key and fill graphics. As David was showing, there's multi-layer output for those. You have the ability to template those pages and change the values with remote control. And as I was mentioning, we have a pretty rich API. So if you're in that space where you develop applications that want to control Unreal, come see us, and we'd love to chat with you. So last bit, data integrations. One thing, here's a quick example, just showcasing how you can take something and get like data from an Excel spreadsheet into Unreal. So obviously Unreal, the things that we've been doing, it goes pretty far, but in this example, we're using the remote control to plot, where the hurricane's path is going to be, and some of those spline tools. So all of the actual shapes and things like that in this very kind of cartoony example is built up through that suite of the geometry tools I was showing you, and then the ability to change those values, but ingest things through that remote API that allows you to pull in those data sources. So last thing, I think feature-wise, we're going to talk about is a feature we call Storm Sync. I gotta get that guy to play.
Spoilers.
We'll do it the manual way. Okay. So in this example here, this again, it might be a little bit of inside baseball, but oftentimes in that broadcast industry, you need the ability to have machines that are offline. They don't have internet access, and you need to be able to share the files between them. So we have the ability to pack these files into what we call an SPAC file. And what it will do is it will go ahead and condense all those files into like a zipped file that you can then share amongst projects. So I could say, hey, David, I finished this scene. Let me send it to you. You could be in a different location. You can take that SPAC file. So I'm opening a different project here. I drag and drop that into the content browser, and it will unpack that and make the exact same content folder structure that I have. There's actually a unique hash to it, so it keeps track of the individual elements. So if all I updated was the animation and the level, we don't need to send all the texture data, we don't need to send all the geometry data, we can just send that element along and it will slide in nicely. So it's not 100% of a source control replacement, such as Perforce, but the ability to take those elements and kind of share them amongst artists in an easy way where you have access to all those is what we've done. So yeah, to kind of wrap things up a little bit here. So roadmap and timeline, just kind of showcasing. Obviously, we covered a lot of features. We've been working on this since the 5.2 from a few years ago. And so 5.3 is out now, and you can kind of see there. But right now, the plan of record is to ship this in the 5.4 timeline, which will be out around GDC timeframe next year. So we're working on many of those elements that I have listed there now with the scene transitions and the state manager and some of the masking, animators, modifier system, those kinds of things. So we're getting close to a near release, but if you're interested in the beta, and especially if you work for a big media company and are excited to test out these tools, come find us after this and we'll link you up. Yep. But yeah, we'd love to hear your guys' feedback. And we'll open it up for questions and answers. I think that there's some mics that are around, if I remember right. Yeah, it looks like we got one over there.
Sweet.
If you guys have questions.
3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go, 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 go. On your mark, get ready, set, go, 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 go. On that jump, that get up and go, 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 go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go.
welcome everyone to my talk about stylization inside the Unreal editor for Fortnite. My name is Roel Bartstra. I work at Epic Games as a solution architect, which means I work in various industries and I help partners develop experiences inside any of our products, including Unreal Editor for Fortnite since 7 months. About 7 weeks ago, I contacted Roberto Costas. He's a senior technical artist at the London lab, and together we were thinking about making a stylized scene inside the Unreal Editor for Fortnite, which hopefully shows that you can do more different effects inside the Fortnite than just the Fortnite style, or maybe like hyper-realistic looking effects. So this is the scene that we made. It's rendered inside Fortnite. As you can see, there's a bunch of effects going on, like outline, sketch effects, some custom lighting. The fog is custom. Yeah, there's a bunch of things we will go over, including some procedural texturing. So to visualize it, we actually are going to take a slightly different perspective as well from the frame. So imagine that this frame is like your monitor, this little arcade machine, and that the view that we, in some of the cases, show is like a side perspective, and hopefully that will explain some of the math a bit better, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of math involved in doing stylization, and including this, making this view is, of course, also a lot of math. So hopefully that will explain some of the mathematics a bit better, and hopefully makes it also a lot more fun to look at. So what are you getting out of this talk? I assume there's a bunch of Fortnite creative users in here. I don't know if anyone is in here that uses only creative and not the editor itself. Is there anyone? Everyone uses UE5? Yeah? Okay. So, but if you don't, then we hope that it's an inspiring talk, because it's going to be very technical. But if you use the Unreal Editor for Fortnite, you might not be familiar with the materials that are what they can do. Like, there's a ton of stuff you can do in materials, and usually people just drag in a texture, and that's the end of it. And as a UE5 user, you might be more thinking about like modifying the engine, creating custom shading models, and this is hopefully showing you that you can do a lot of stuff without engine modifications from within the Fortnite editor. You can just use materials to get a lot of stuff going cross-platform as well. So yeah, why learn about materials? If you're new to the subject, every pixel on this screen that we made has been touched by a material, and that might make sense to a lot of people. Like, every object you have in the scene has a material attached to it, which tells the engine how to render that, the pixels that the screen touches of that object. But there are other things that are lesser known. Like, for example, if you work on the sky and you're interested in making your sky look unique, you can read all the atmospheric properties from the sky atmosphere and make your own effects in the sky, which can be anything you like, while still contributing to the fog that's in the haziness in the sky. So that, and the other thing that we don't have in the scene, but in Fortnite you might have noticed, there's like volumetric clouds, and those are like can also be driven by materials. So the shape of the clouds would be made using a material. So to really quickly go back to the basics, if you're working on a 3D mesh on the right, this is in Blender, you might have like this quad setup, and if you import it into Unreal, you will have the mesh will be triangulated, and every vertex is the corner point of, all the corner points in the triangles are called vertices, and from a material we can modify the world position of those vertices, which means you drag an object into the scene, Unreal calculates where that is in the frame, right? Every frame, it calculates that for you. And then it has this input pin, which a lot of artists like to use, which is like, how do we modify the position of this vertex maybe a little bit, just for some effects that would be very tricky to do if you would like do like bone animations or other stuff. So for example, here we have like a wobbling plant effect. This one is very basic, like you can go nuts with these effects, but that's just a simple noise. And for example, the flag is a sinus wave that just animates. And yeah, if you would need to set that up in a different program, that might take a lot of time. And in Unreal, that just is a couple of nodes. It is math, but it is easier to set up. So what is a pixel? Well, this depends on who you ask, I guess, but it means picture element. If you take your mobile phone and look at your laptop, you will get something like the top left corner where you have like the red, green, blue light, and every red, green, blue subset is like a pixel. And basically if those lights turn on and they combine together to form new colors. So we have, for example, red and blue forms magenta if they're both on, and green and blue form cyan, etc. And most of the colors within the visible spectrum can be visualized with a high-end monitor, and lower-end devices will be able to visualize less colors. But the general idea is that we have these red, green, blue colors, and that is also represented like that. If you look at textures inside Photoshop or other programs, you might have seen like color channels, and in Unreal as well, you see like red, green, blue output pins. And that's basically referring to how much red, how much green, how much blue is there inside a texture. So this is all the way on the left. If you ever opened Photoshop color channels, you would have seen something like that. So this is the image on the right, and if you look at the red, green, and blue channels, you can see there's different levels of brightness per channel, right? So you have the sun, for example, is orangey and the sky is blue. So if we look at the red channel, the sun is very close to white, which means there's a lot of red. While in the blue channel, the sun is very dark, which means there's not a lot of blue in the sun. And the sky is more bright in the blue channel. So I hope that makes sense. And just in case you didn't know, black is 0 and white is 1 as soon as we're starting to do math. So yeah, so the brighter a value, the closer it is to 1. Then UVs, we'll do a bunch of stuff with UVs. So let's say you have a dice or any other object. The artist has to flatten that out in like a UV layout. And then they can draw a texture on it. And basically all the vertices have the information of where they're inside this texture space. And then the engine will know like how to map the texture on top of that. So that's basically the result. But keep in mind that UV coordinates, or texture coordinates, they're called texture coordinates in Unreal, but we don't necessarily have to use them as texture coordinates. End of the day, it's like an X and Y value, again, between 0 and 1, depending on where you want to read a texture, and we can do other stuff with it, and we will. So just keep that in mind. It's just a value, and we can read a texture, but we don't have to. So what's a material? Material will look something like this, or even more messy, depending on who works on it. But the idea is you have vertices that you can use the world position offset. You can change the world position offset, which is like the thing that's white in the middle. And the pixels, you can say which color does a pixel have. We can, in our cases, we will use unlit emissive materials, which means we're almost directly setting the color of the pixel. Unreal does some tone mapping and other post-processing effects, so it will not be exactly the color that you put in. But it's good to keep in mind that we're almost directly setting the color that we output to the screen. If you're using like our physically based pipeline, where you have to deal with how rough is a surface, the specularity, the base color, that kind of stuff, you're kind of giving physical properties to the engine, and the engine will basically make up the color, right? You say something is a mirror, and the engine will reflect the colors from the scene into it. So, but we are mostly doing some really basic calculations in the emissive channel to show what you can do with this setup. So we can hopefully get started. I hope that made sense for everyone. But on the left, we will see the textures, or the models and textures as they are imported into the engine. On the right, we show the procedural textures, lighting, fog, and outlines added to it. So here I can flip back and forth, so you can kind of see the difference. So this would be importing, literally giving a texture, unlit, and then this is the effects that we made on top of that. So just to layer it, this is clean, added procedural textures, added the fog in the back, now adding the lighting, which is very subtle for us, but that's what we wanted, and then the outlines. So we will start off with something relatively basic. Hopefully everyone will understand this a bit, but we chose for the water to use a masking approach. So we just have like a very basic black and white texture. If you look at the picture in the bottom left, you will see kind of the material setup. Those will be getting more complicated over the talk, but we sample a texture and we get that result. And we will go over some of the basics of math that we can do and then show the easier ways of doing it. But yeah, let's say we want to use this mask to give 2 different colors. So if we just do a multiply with a mask and a color, remember that white is 1 and black is 0. So all the values that are 1 will become that color because it's 1 times that color. And then black is 0 times that color becomes 0, right? So we get this effect. And then we want to give black a color. So we could invert it, which is if you have a value between 0 and 1, and you do 1 minus that value, you get the inverted value, which is such a common operation to do that there's a note for it, which is called 1 minus x. And if you're not familiar with that math, I wrote down a bunch of those. You see like 1 minus 1 equals 0, 1 minus 0.8 equals 0.2. You can basically see we flip the range. So we see that the white areas now became black and the other way around. So we can now multiply that value. In the top right, you see I used a bit more extreme colors because if we blend it, it will become more visible than the bottom picture. But you can see we just do a multiplication with that. And if we add those together, we get this. Now that's a lot of notes for what we just did, but it was also just to explain some of the basic math that you can do. And there's, of course, an easier way to do that, which is called LERP, and that stands for linear interpolate, in which we just give it a black and white value in the alpha channel. If the value is black, it will pick A for that pixel, and if it is white, that pixel will become color B. In the water, you might see like 2 subtle blue color variations. In the top, you see the blend going from cyan to magenta to make it a bit more clear what's going on. So we will use LERP a lot. So we give it a black and white value, and based on that, we'll interpolate between 2 colors. UVs, so for water, UVs, it's very common to not use texture coordinates for UVs, and just to really show off what you can do with basic math, we can just not use this at all and still read the texture with other values. So world position is literally what it says. It's the world position of a pixel. Now, if we would plug that in directly, we're using the X and Y values because Z is up in Unreal. So the X and Y values are basically the horizontal positions of those pixels. And you can see in the bottom right, it looks like you're directly looking to the sun. It's super bright. But that's because these values are really high. Like Unreal works super bright. So after 10 centimeters, it will be like 10 times brighter, and after 5 meters, it's like a value of 500, right? So these become really bright. If we use this as texture coordinates, textures run from 0 to 1, so that means our texture would be tiling every 1 centimeter. Now that's really like tiny, right? So we can divide that value with something that we call texture size, wave size, right, or something like that. And this is like a visualization of what happens, because this might be a bit unclear because we see the colors change. So if you have 2 different lakes and you just want a consistent wave size across your world, you would just have this math and maybe a global parameter for like what is your wave size. So anyway, that's hopefully understandable. And then we just added some foam along the lines, and we wanted, there is like mathematical ways of doing this, but we wanted to make sure that it works across all platforms and looks nice. So we just did a very basic approach where we just grabbed a plane in Unreal, added a texture to it, used that as the opacity mask. Masking is different from translucency, as in masking will just be a pixel is either rendered or not. And based on that masked value. And then the pixels that are rendered use the emissive color, which in our case is something that's close to white in the final view. Then we wanted to animate that a little bit, and that looks really complicated, but the only thing we're doing is basically saying we have the texture coordinates from this plane, and we add a little bit of noise to this with a multiplication with the intensity of the noise. And these values are really low. You can see like in this example, it's like 0.02 because the UV scale runs between 0 and 1. So a little bit of distortion already like extremely distorts like the texture. And then we pan that noise texture. So that noise is actually moving, and that's added to the UVs. And like I said, the UVs are just numbers, so we can just do this, and it will be fine. So why would we do this? Because we could have just set most of this up in a different program and import it, right? But it gives the artist a lot of control, and they can just really fine-tune the way the water looks. And in the you can make it as complex as you want, right? Have multiple masks and blend different colors. And like we did a very basic approach for this, where it's just like one panning texture. So the trees, you might have seen like it's almost like a stripe pattern, right? So as I mentioned, we have the texture coordinate that we can use for other things. So in this case, we take the green channel, which is like the y-axis. And these, the barks of the palm trees have been vertically mapped inside the UV channel. So the top of the palm is black. As you can see all the way in the back, those palm trees are black in the top. And then it's white at the bottom. So it runs from 0 to 1. We can multiply that value. In this case, we multiply it by 10. So that means our bark will now go from 0 to 10. And as you can see, Unreal is glowing because that's what it does when values go really high. It like shows this bloom effect. We can use the frac node on that, which is the fractional value of the input. So if you have 1.7, it becomes 0.7, 3 becomes 0, 0.2 stays 0.2. And so if you think about this, we just had a scale of 0 to 10, right? So rather it going from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3, it goes from 0 to 1, back to 0 instantly, goes into 1 again, and then back to 0 and 1. And we can see that here, it goes from black to white, instantly back to black, right? So this is starting to look like what we wanted, but I always like to have like a bit more control where we have a remapped version where it goes smoothly from 0 to 1, back to 0 to 1. You can see, by the way, I used a preview slide node. That's the math from the preview slide, so we don't get like a massive node graph in here. But you can multiply the value between 0 and 1 times 2 and subtract 1. And that basically says, well, we have this value between 0 and 1. It becomes 0 to 2. We subtract 1. That means the range goes from -1 to 1, right? And then we take the absolute value. And absolute basically says everything that's negative becomes positive. So that means minus 0.7 becomes 0.7. And that gives us these nice gradients. The other thing that I always try to avoid is to make it too linear. So although I like to start there, I like to add some fall-off values using the power node. So all the way at the start, where we were reading the texture coordinates, you can add, if you want to, a fall-off node using this power. So that's a number to the power of whatever goes into the exponent, meaning visually, darker values become much darker very quickly. White stays 1, and everything relatively scales to that. So you can really make it look less linear, meaning there's more lines at the top than at the bottom in this case. Then we use smooth step. Smooth step is like, if you think about this transition phase that we created from 0 to 1, and then back to 0, we can basically squeeze that transition down and say like, how long do we want this to be 0? Then we transition to 1, and then how long do we want this to be 1? And that can be done with smooth step or inverse lerp, which is since, I don't know when that was added, I noticed that in the latest release, but it's almost the same function, but inverse lerp will do it fully linear, where this is like, has a curvature to it. But it doesn't really matter in this case, it will give close to the same result. Then We added some noise again, so you'll see a pattern where I just start adding noise in random locations. But we have this texture coordinate, and then once again, if we add noise to it, I will flip back and forth a little bit. You can see the lines become a bit more wobbly. I don't know if that's visible all the way in the back, but basically, you can. It will make sure that the lines are not straight anymore. Then we use linear interpolate, because we have a black and white value, right? So if we throw this in the linear interpolation node, we can say if the value is black, it will be color A. If the value is white, it will be color B. And then we add more noise. This is just like multiplying it with some noise. For us, this is really subtle, but it's more like if you're really close up, that it's not just a solid color. And once again, we do this for artistic control. We didn't make the trees purple in the end, but it is possible for artists to just like change this on the fly, which was kind of neat. Now we will talk about lighting. As you can see, our sun is like a cute little sphere that floats relatively close to the Earth in this case. And it's kind of like flying around, and you can see the areas become brighter if the sun is closer to this. And we calculate this manually in the emissive shader. We don't use any lighting from Unreal. So just to go, just to go over this, on the right side you will see a very extreme version of what we made. Like the black levels are a bit raised to show what we actually calculated in the end. But they're very subtle. We made it very subtle by the end. So what are we calculating when we're talking about lighting? We're basically, because you might have seen that in a lot of cases we talk differently about lighting and shadowing when we talk about graphics. In the case of lighting, we're basically saying how much does a pixel look towards the light? So if the light is over there and your pixel normal is looking towards it, then we want it to be more lit than if it looks the other way. And this is very easy to do. What is hard to do is actual shadows, because as you can imagine, even if the light points in a direction, but there's another object between that pixel and the light, then we still wouldn't want to see any lighting there. And that's usually what we refer to when we say shadow casting. We're not dealing with that here because we have a very ambient lit scene, so we just went with directional lighting. If you want to do something fancy with shadows, you would have to like do some relatively complicated post-processing. Might do that in a different talk if that's interesting to people. But yeah, if we think about directional lighting, in the top you see like a light move around this sphere, and you can see that if it would point towards the light, it's white, and the other way is black. And that's done with a dot product between two directions. And a dot product basically returns if the directions are equal, it will be white. If they're at a right angle from each other, it will be 0. If they're in opposites of each other, it will be -1. So yeah, that's the sky atmosphere light direction, which basically returns the directional light from Unreal. We did it a bit different. We calculated the direction towards our little sun object, but that's not, the math is like the same. And I think most people will use the directional light. So we do the dot product with the pixel normal, which is the direction of the pixel. So we start comparing these two directions. And as you can see, it will be black for half of the sphere. And those black values, they go negative, but there's no way to visualize it. So we see black, but the negative values are still there. And as mentioned before, I like to work with 0 to 1 values, and we can remap these values to become between 0 and 1. So we have a range between -1 and 1, and we multiply it by 0.5. So the range goes between -0.5 and 0.5, and then we add 0.5, meaning the range is shifted by half, and then it becomes a range between 0 and 1. At the top, you can see that animated, going from the previous slide to the current one. And at the bottom, you see the results. So we get like way softer results in the back. Then we can do shading steps. This was one of our first tries. We did it slightly different in the end, but I will go over that. But this is very common, so I still wanted to share it. So the way this works is basically we say the result of the the lighting that we calculated, we multiply it times a value, similar to what we did with the palm trees, where we say like, oh, we have this gradient, and we just multiply it with some value. And in this case, we called it step count again, similar to the palm trees actually. And you multiply that value with your gradient. So it goes between 0 and 1, and then we say like, oh, we want 3 steps, so it goes between 0 and 3. And then we floor it, so then it becomes 0, 1, and 2. And that's actually why I subtracted like a really tiny value, so it doesn't actually become 3 at any point. It becomes like 2.99999. And then when we floor it, it basically cuts off the fractional value. So we are left with 0, 1, and 2. And then we divide it by 2 if the input was 3. And then we get this, these steps. So every pixel is basically rounded down to its nearest step. So that gives this result, which was okay. But it's very common to do this in cartoonish games. Once again, I like to add noise. So that looks complicated, but at the top you will see our remapped lighting, right? And then we add the noise that we did in any other equation. And then after that saturate node, saturate in HLSL, like the shading language that we're using in the back, actually means clamp between 0 and 1. It's terrible naming, but we can't do much about that. So it has nothing to do with desaturation or saturation. It's just clamp between 0 and 1. But after that value, we do the thing from the previous slide, where we basically say, like, do this step count thing. But because we added the noise, we get this, like, noisy step effect. This was sort of closer to what we were looking for, but then we wanted it more painterly. Now, this was complicated, but I will release the material functions later on, so if this goes a bit too quick, you can look at the results later. But what we did was the light ramp that we had, similar to the palm trees where we remapped those, we used the smooth step to once again push that transition phase to a certain level and then do manual steps 3 times. So this is one of those steps where we say the light gradient between 0 and 0.6, we assign a certain texture to that. So here you see a shadow texture that Roberto made, and every channel has a different type of paint effect to it. And you can see the paint effect at the top. And this paint effect is for one of those transition levels. And then we had a black level to it, which is like pushing how dark it is, which is just pushing it a little bit towards white if needed. And we do that 3 times. So this looks really complicated, but all those steps are basically 3 times happening per channel. We basically say if we're further down this shadow ramp, we start adding multiple channels of like this painterly effect. So then we end up with what's at the top, where you can see at the dark side of the sphere, we have multiple paint layers, where at the top side, it's like this little bit of scratchiness. And then if you look at the final scene, that's what it looks like. Yeah, so I think that's the painterly effect, yeah. So the shading saturation, we didn't want to go like super dark, moody. So you almost don't see the effect anymore, but we also didn't like that it became a little bit darker, and it looks very much like a 90s game where all the shading was done like this, and it's just like multiplied the darkness with the scene, and you get like darker areas, but it just looks not very interesting. So we made it slightly more saturated. I will flip back and forth a bit, so you can kind of see that those the areas in the shade will become more colorful. And it doesn't make any sense, but you know, we're doing stylization. So that's basically what we ended up with, and gave a bit more like a watercolor vibe to it. So yeah, we will now look at fog. So we have this fog band at the end of the scene to kind of give the feeling of depth, even though it's not very far away. And we wanted those mountains to actually stick out of the fog. So first of all, we will look at distance fade. We calculated the fog inside the material, so we'll use the pixel depth, which is the depth of the pixel being rendered. And we divide it by a value. Like, same as the world position, it's actually, we're dealing with centimeters, right? So after 1 centimeter, our depth is already, if we visualize it, completely white, right? So if you divide it by like a fading distance, you get this effect that you see in the bottom. And you can kind of see it at the top as well, like close to the screen, it becomes more darker. And then we can do a fall off. We don't care about physical accuracy, we just cared about artistic control. So we use that power node, and you get this effect in the bottom, and from the side view it looks like that. Then we wanted it to fade, because now in the back the mountains would disappear, and it doesn't look really great. It just looks like super foggy environment. So we took the world position height, right? So that's just literally the world position in centimeters, divided it once again by a fade distance value. And these values are really high, right? We're talking in centimeters, and the fog distance might be like a kilometer or something. So, and we divide that by a value, and then it would go from 0 to 1. But since we wanted that to go the other way around, we do an inverse, which is the 1 minus value over there. Once again, power node with a fall off, so we have a less linear fall off. And then we combine those values where we just did a simple multiplication, which worked for us. So it's the fog from the distance multiplied with the result from the height. And that gave the artist a lot of control to basically make sure that the mountains, rocks in the back, they stick out over the lower fog values. Kind of like Unreal's hide fog, but like more manually controlled. If we want to blend that into the scene, once again, we made a mask between 0 and 1. So we can just use the linear interpolate node. So the bottom thing, like the slide from the previous frame, the map from the previous slide, I mean. And then if we saturate that, so we clamp that between 0 and 1, just to make sure we don't have accidental negative or positive values over 1 or negative values going under 0. And then as soon as it's black, we take the colors of the scene, which we, in this case, call the mesh color. And if it's white, we go with the fog color, which for us was in a material parameter collection, so it was easily tweakable. I would personally recommend, after thinking about what we're going to talk about next, I would recommend doing this inside a post-process effect. So if I rework the nodes and release it, I will make sure it's inside post-processing instead, which gives you a bit more control over how it blends with the outlines. Because that's what we're going to talk about next, is these painterly outlines, and we try to make it in such a way that it works cross-platform. So there are different ways of doing this, but some of them don't always work on all devices. I mean physical hardware devices, not the Fortnite devices. So yeah, the post-processing, in case people don't know, Unreal renders the scene, and if you render, by the end of the scene, we get the texture that's created by Unreal, and just before it outputs, we are allowed to modify this texture. And it's called post-processing. And we have various hooks in this post-processing pipeline, and you can change the blend location inside the material. So that basically informs the rendering pipeline where you want to hook in your material effect. And it's really important, if you read any of these textures, we will only use scene depth, which is the bottom left. But it's also very common to use the normals to calculate lines. But if you read those, the only positions that it makes sense is before tone mapping or before translucency. And this has to do with the upscaling of the engine and temporal anti-aliasing. So if you see weird jittering artifacts or whatever, your blend location is incorrect. And I won't explain the temporal anti-aliasing in the engine, but just know that if it looks weird, you're probably in the wrong location. So yeah, these are all the textures that you can read. If you do something on mobile, make sure that you know that it's only scene depth that you have access to. So all the other textures don't exist. If you see this texture layout, we're talking about the deferred render pipeline. Mobile devices, and I think it includes Switch as well, do forward rendering, which means all these textures don't exist, and the object is just instantly written to the scene. And we do get depth values. So we only use depth in this case for consistency across platforms. So to calculate an outline, we're gonna say like what is the difference in depth between the pixel that we're rendering, right? So the material is going over each of the pixels in this texture. And we say like, is this pixel that we're rendering, how different is the depth from the surrounding pixels? So you can see there, it's the scene depth that we are reading, and we basically, that little chain to the bottom to make sure it fits on this slide, says like, oh, we sample the texture a little bit to the right and compare it to the scene depth of this pixel. And that gives this result, which is nice, but it's not what we're looking for. But if we start, oh yeah, this is a bit of a mess, right? So I made a material function which basically does all that, and then you can give it how much do you want to offset it. So if there's no input, it will be 0. So we're sampling on the x direction. And then we can do this in 2 directions, right? So we have the positive x and the negative x, and we'll already start to see some outlining happening. And as you can see, because we're not checking on the y-axis, we can see the outlines become thinner at the top of this mountain, right? So we can do all these checks in the x, y, positive and negative positions, and then we get this, which is relatively close to what we want, but we get this distance, this depth difference on like a plane. If you look at a grazing angle, would look weird. So in this case, I just use smooth step. There's like plenty of ways to fix this, and I just push the black levels up. And then we get outlines. We had this for quite some time, but we didn't really like how solid the lines were. So we wanted to get more of that scratchy feeling going on the surfaces, same as why we changed the lighting actually. So what we do is like, instead of having outlines on the side, we actually make sure the outlines are calculated on the inside of the meshes, and then we have the scene depth, and we add once again, we add some noise. You will see in most of the things we did, we just add some noise to the UVs. But it was kind of tricky because you're in post-processing. So imagine that boat is like floating, right? If we would say we used the world position of the pixels to come up with like a noise value. And by the way, noise is just a note in Unreal. You can get vector noise. In our case, we use the Perlin gradient. And we have to give it like an X and Y and Z value. But the problem is if then the boat like animates, then the world position of those pixels constantly changes, which means the noise that we generate for the outlines would also change. So what we ended up doing is using the color of the pixel that we rendered, which is post-process input 0, which is the color that's currently in the scene at that stage in post-processing. And we just modify the values a little bit, and we throw that in the vector noise to get like a consistent noise look across the texture. And what you can actually see as a result that, for example, the tree, and anytime there's like a difference in those stripes, the noise will also become very different. But we kind of like the result, and it made sure that it's actually working. So yeah, that was the creation of this scene inside UEFN. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Once again, I want to thank Roberto for making the art for this, and yeah, hope you enjoyed it. So if there are any questions about materials or stylization, feel free to ask them now. There's the mic. If you have other questions about materials or stylization that take a bit longer, I'm also outside at the
show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go, 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 go. On your mark, get ready, set, go, 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 go. On that trumpet, get up and go, 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 go. On your mark, you ready, go.
And I'll be here talking about adding verse to your creative tool belt. I'm a lead programmer writer at Epic Games working on verse documentation. And today we'll show how to make a really simple game loop. I'm calling it Caterpillar Commander. But in this, a player can control a caterpillar to move forward and turn, and it'll end when the caterpillar reaches the end goal. This is a really simple example, but it shows a lot of useful things you need to know to make games using verse. So in this talk, I'll kind of break down how I approach making games, how I approach using verse and the verse API through this example here. So when I think about making games, I think about what is like the core game loop I'm trying to make. In the example that we have here, we want to get the player selected command, execute that command on the character, and if the character's on the end goal, we'll end the game. But if they're not, then we want to repeat all of that all over again until the character gets to reach the end goal. And so a common problem-solving approach is taking your large problem and breaking it down into smaller problems. And so I do this a lot of taking my original idea and then breaking down into its core components. So in this example, some questions that I came up with are, how do I even create UI commands? What characters should I use and how to move it? How do I know the character is at that end goal to end the game? And where does this loop even happen? So we'll take those questions and we'll turn them in steps that will follow along to create this game in this talk. So starting with the most important one, how do I even get code to run? Where does this loop even happen? So in the creative tool set, you're familiar with like working with devices. Those devices are abstractions of common game mechanics. And Verse supplements that, so you can use APIs to work with devices, but you can also add your own rules because you're coding all of this. So you can really build your game the way you want to. So in this example, we're making our own Verse device, calling it Caterpillar Commander. And when we put this device into our level, the code in onBegin will run as soon as the game starts. So in this example, we just put print game started, so it'll just print that the game started. And we'll keep updating this as we work through this example in this talk. So next we'll get into how do we do character commands. And like the biggest question here is, how do we move things around using Verse? And so going through our API, we see that there's a couple different ways. We have teleport to, move to, and navigate. And we can see that the teleport to function works on the Fort character. It works on a couple different devices, and the creative object, which also includes probs. And with move to, again, a lot of devices and the creative object as well. Navigate works a little differently. It's on the navigatable interface, which works on AI characters, so guards that you can spawn and things like that. So it seems like we have a couple options. So which one do we use? It seems like it boils down to using a prop or an AI character. For this example, we're going to stick with a prop just to show some of these concepts. So the prop only has the teleport to and move to function. So which one do we use? So teleport to is immediate. It takes the character and it immediately moves to the next spot that you specify. Whereas move to is something that takes time. It moves it over time to the location. Which is what we want to do. We want to see the character moving to the next spot. So how does move to work? It takes a transform, and if you don't know what a transform is or which one you need to use, that's okay, because we're going to get into that here. And that really boils down into how do we determine what is forward and what is right for a character. And for that, we can see if there's something that we can use in the API. And so looking up forward in the API, we see that there's a get local forward function. And if you read the description for it, it says it makes a unit vector 3 pointing in the local space forward direction and world space coordinates. That's a lot of words, but basically it's saying that the character's local forward direction in the world space of the game. And so we can break down those concepts a little bit more of understanding what those mean. And this is something that I do a lot of. I look at the API. If it's not something I'm familiar with, I go in and research it, learn a little bit more, and come back and try to apply what I learned. So in a lot of 3D games, space is represented using a Cartesian coordinate system, and the origin is at the 0, 0, 0th point. In Unreal specifically, it uses a left-handed Cartesian coordinate system. So a good way to think about that is taking your left hand, and the positive X direction is forward, positive Y is to your right along your middle finger, and positive Z is up. And I use this a lot as I'm trying to figure out how I'm moving things around, how I'm wanting to rotate them as well. I tend to think of it and try to visualize what I'm trying to do with my left hand. So going back to the question of what is a transform. So transform is made up of translation, rotation, and scale. Translation's the location of your character or your actor in the level. Rotation is just its orientation. So here we have an example where it's rotated 90 degrees, and its scale, which is how small or big it is. Here we have it scaled up 5 times in every direction. And so going back to that local space, this is the space that the object is modeled in. So it has its own orientation and its own local origin. But then when you go and drag your asset, your character, into the world, it converts that local space into world space coordinates. So your world has its own 0th origin, and your character is positioned relative to that. So we place our prop in the level. This is just a Fortnite prop that I found. It looked really cute. It's actually like a plush, I think. But we noticed a couple things about it. So its face is actually along the y-axis, but its forward direction that we would get when we call get local forward is still along the x-axis. So this is something we'll have to keep in mind as we write our code, is that we'll have to swap the axes when we try to move it around. So that's all, like background research. Let's start applying it, seeing how we can write our code to make this work. So first, we're going to create a game character class. We'll give it the functions forward, turn right, and turn left. This is the behavior that we want the character to be able to do. This is a great way to think about abstracting implementations of things that you create, because we define the behavior that it should be doing, and we make that public, and then everything else is more just implementation details. Maybe at some point you want to use something other than a creative prop. You can do that, and the functions forward, turn right, turn left will always be there, and other code can still call it, and you don't have to change it. And also you can have multiple instances of this game character, and maybe change some of the details about it. To be able to change like what creative prop we're referencing, we also have a move duration float, which is just some data associated with our class. We want to be able to change it in the editor. If you add the add editable attribute, you can change these values in the editor. You can change them, for instance, on the device. You can have multiple instances of a game character. So multiple characters, maybe there's a different prop for each one. Maybe they move at different lengths. And so that's a way to be able to do that and set it up in the editor. And since we're creating our own class, we have to add the concrete specifier on the class. This is just a requirement for making it editable on the reverse device. And the concrete specifier simply means that all of its data, all of its fields just need to be initialized. So here we're initializing a default creative prop. We're initializing the move duration float value to 0.5. And if we compile, we can see that this is what it looks like in the editor, and we can change these values. So now we can go and update our forward function. First, we'll get the props transform and call local forward, that function that we found earlier, on its rotation to see which direction it's facing. And then we'll test to see which axis it's looking along. The ABS function here is just an absolute. So if it's a negative value, it'll just make it positive. So we're just comparing the two values of each. And then we update its translation, so its location. So we want to move it one tile in its forward direction. And like we mentioned before, it's actually facing along the Y, so we just swap the X and Y here. And the SGN function just returns the sign of local forward. So whether it's positive or negative, it'll apply it, and then it'll move it one tile in front of it. And we can then pass this transform into move to, and it'll move over that duration to get to that spot. So now with turn right, do the same thing. We get the transform, but this time we're just modifying the rotation for it. And going back to the left-handed coordinate system, with Z being up, if you rotate around the Z axis, it rotates in the way you want it to. Otherwise, it'll like roll forward or pitch forward and things like that, which isn't what the quite look we're going for here. So we'll apply it around the local rotation Z, and we'll give it 90 degrees. And since that function takes radians, we just call it degrees to radians converter. And we'll call move to, same as we did before on the forward function. Turn left works the same way, except we're just doing negative 90 degrees to go in the other direction around the Z-axis. So we implemented these basic commands that we want to do. And a really good idea as you're writing code is testing as early as you can, verifying tests that you've written before still work, and start small and test it as you go, because it's easier to find problems at the beginning than it is when you've done like dozens and hundreds of changes, and then you don't know what exactly broke because you changed everything. And print is very useful just to make sure that you've reached that code point, or verifying what values you're getting from functions or what you expect them to be. So we got our character commands working, so the next step is getting into making the UI. So how do we create UI commands? So there's a couple different ways in Fortnite. You can use button devices. There's a bunch of other devices as well you can use. It's not really kind of the look I'm going for. I don't want to take up the whole screen. I kind of want to make something a little more custom. So I'm wanting to stick to a HUD UI for our commands. And with that, we can use UMG or Verse UI. This is a Verse talk, so you know where I'm going with this. We're going to use Verse UI. So we'll make another class. This is just going to do everything UI. And so it's a great way to like break out functionality as you code into different data structures because, like for example, at some point, if you don't want to use UI anymore, you want to get input in a different way, then it's easier to just remove this code and take whatever else you want to do instead. And it's not tightly coupled with everything else that you're trying to do. So Verse UI is only added per player, and only that player can see it. So in this example, we're gonna make a map that maps a player to a Verse UI canvas widget. And so if we pass in a player to this, it'll then give us the associated UI for it. You might be wondering at the bottom, like when we set our canvas, why it's using an if to access and set a map. So in Verse, like failure is a part of Verse, and it understands that, and it provides ways for you to safely fail using failure context like if expressions, for expressions as well. And accessing a map is one example of something that can fail. And it's really useful to have this in the language because you know exactly where something could go wrong, and the language tells you where exactly it could go wrong. So you can decide where you want to handle that, whether it's here, whether it's somewhere else. You can pass that failure somewhere else if you need to, or you could just handle it here and be like, okay, well, this isn't the game state that I want. Maybe we just end the game here, or we go back to another valid game state. So now we're gonna add some functions to this where we're gonna draw and remove for each player. And this if expression, you might see it looks a little bit different from the one that we saw on the last slide. Verse just allows a lot of flexibility in how you write your code blocks. So this one, you can have each condition on its own line, and then use the then to say what executes if that succeeds. So in this example, we're getting the player UI, we're getting the canvas that's associated with that player, and then we're going to draw it for that player. And we're using the setting UI input mode all to say that this is an interactable UI. And the remove function looks pretty similar, but we're calling remove widget from the player's UI. So to show text in UI, because our buttons have the text forward, turn right, turn left, the text has to be a localizable message. This is a forward-thinking API. In the future, we're looking at expanding it to use translated text for your games and stuff, and this is a way to kind of set up the API so that's something that could be possible in the future. And so this text is then associated with this identifier, and it's something that can be localized. So now we can look at how do we get our UI to be placed in the specific spot. So canvas is a container widget. The topmost canvas encompasses the screen. And since Verse is hierarchical, you can nest related widgets together. So you start at your top canvas, and then you just keep nesting and grouping things together as you need. So positioning should be relative to another widget. You can use another canvas widget inside your screen canvas widget. There's also stack boxes, overlays as well. We're using a stack box here to have the buttons horizontally at the bottom of the screen. And then to figure out where exactly widgets should be positioned, this is kind of the workflow I usually go for. I start off with anchors, and that's specifying where within the canvas the widget should appear. So 0, 0 is in the top left, 1, 1's in the top right, and you choose a value in the middle to choose where exactly your widget's gonna be. And here I have a little video showing if you change your minimum and maximum anchors, it changes the size of it and changes where it's rendering as well. So after I figure out the anchor, I then look at the alignment to see what part of the widget is positioned at that anchor location. So this is, we want our buttons to be at the bottom of the screen, and we want to see the whole button. So we want to anchor it so that it's at the bottom of the widget, but we want it centered as well. And here's an example of changing the alignment changes where it's rendered, whether it's centered on 0.5, 0.5, or at the top left of the widget. And you can see that it updated that. And then finally, after I figured exactly where I want to go, you can then offset it by pixels if you need to. In this example, this is all zeroed out. We don't need to offset it, but that is something if you need to add additional movement for it within the UI. So we've created, that's the result of all of that. We get these buttons at the bottom of the screen. Next up, we want to make it do things when you interact with it. So you can set up for each button, it's subscribed to its on-click event. And after subscribing a function to the event, every time that event occurs, the function is called. So if a player clicks button forward, on forward selected is then going to run. Now we got to figure out how do we pass the data of what exactly the player selected so that the rest of our code can then do what it needs to do of actually moving the character. So we're going to use an enum type, and this is just, you can specify what values. It's like a data representation of, you're giving it meaning of what it should be. And so for in this example, we're giving it defining forward, turn right, turn left, and then also none in case we need to pass this information around without telling the character to do something if that's needed. And then we'll have an execute function that uses a case expression to test the value of the enum. So it's similar to if else, but it works specifically for all values of an enum. So here you can, if it's the values command.forward, then it'll call character.forward. The underscore just means it's the default value of the case. And we'll have like a print here to show what executes if nothing else matches first. So now we've set that up, we can go back to our UI manager and use our own custom event. So these are custom events in verse. Event is a parametric type, which just means you can use any type you want to associate with that class. So in this example, we're using the command type, so as the payload. So when the event happens, this command enum that we created is expected as like the payload result. But you can use any type you want. You can use tuples, arrays, anything, whatever data you want to associate with your custom event. So then we can go back and update our event handler functions, like the on-forward selected, to signal on this event, and then you pass in the associated payload for it. So signaling just means that, hey, this event's happening, and here's the data that I'm passing along with it. And then we'll create a wait for player selection. This is just capturing the waiting for the command event to occur. And when it does, then it'll give the result of the payload that we associated with that event that we're signaling. And we're putting this in a function because we're separating out behavior amongst all these classes. And it's a way to kind of hide the implementation details again. Like, our game loop doesn't necessarily need to know how this is all working. It can just call wait for player selection, and however it needs to handle that, it'll give it the right information of the command at some point. This function has the suspense effect because await is asynchronous. It just means that it takes time to complete because we're waiting for this command event to be signaled. So we can go back to our Caterpillar commander device and we can update adding a game loop for it. So here we're gonna have a wait for player selection command, then we'll call that execute function that we made on that command and with that character. And then we're gonna sleep for a second to see, wait, we don't want the character to click the button a bunch of times and the character just moves all the way across the screen. We wanna see it, have things take time. And you might notice there's no way for this loop to end. That's okay, that's how games work. And you might also notice that it's similar to our initial pseudocode. So we're almost there. So getting back to our last step, we're working on the game board representation and answering, how do we know the character is at the end goal so we can just end this game. So this is dependent on the character representation. We decided before that we were going to use a prop. If you're familiar with creative devices, you might be thinking, well, a trigger device is the most obvious. You go onto the trigger device, it signals that something triggered the device, and then you can just use that to call game end. But how can we get a prop to interact with the trigger device? Well, looking at the API, we can see that there's a prop mover, and it can interact with the trigger device, but there's no rotation API inverse for it right now. But we can see that there's a trigger device is possible to get it to signal its event, so that seems like a pretty good solution for us. We just have to figure out how do we damage it, and thankfully there's an explosive device that we can call explode on from the Verse API. So we can add our trigger device to our game, enabled, triggered by damage enabled, set visible and game enabled so the player knows where to go. And we'll create a game board class that has a reference to this trigger. And so we'll add a function, wait for end goal, that just awaits this triggered event to happen. And that function will complete when that happens. We also added tile size here because maybe we want to have a different game board, change out the size of our board for the different games that we want to make. And finally, we need to figure out how to get the game character to use the explosive device and cause damage. So we can parent an explosive device to the prop and the outliner. So it'll move as the prop moves, and that's because the actors in the outliner are positioned relative to their parent. So we can go in, update the properties of our explosive device, we don't need it to cause player damage. It doesn't need to cause that much damage at all. And we also don't need to see it exploding or doing anything like that because we just want it to trigger the device and that's it. And so we can go back to our game character and add a damage method to it. So when we call explode on the explosive device, we see that it needs a reference to a player to associate that damage to. So we'll have to add a damage instigator to our class. And we're going to use an optional agent here. So you might, if you've worked around with Verse a little bit, you might have seen these, question mark type. It just means that it's an option type. So there's either a value here or it's false. And so we can't actually initialize an agent because it's an Epic internal class. So this is a great way to set up, these references. Remember our game character is a concrete class, so all the fields have to be initialized. So this is a way to get around that. So then we'll add a set player's damage instigator to just give that a value when our game starts. So we actually have a player associated with our game character to be able to call explode. And in our damage function, we'll then call damage instigator with a query operator. And that's just testing to say, hey, if there's a value here, then initialize this instigator variable and we can use it inside our if block. And if not, then we don't seem to have a player to use. So we can go back to our Caterpillar commander device, add the game board reference to it, and then update our game loop. So we want the game loop to end when the character reaches the goal. And we can use a race expression here. Remember before, our loop runs forever, it executes, could potentially run forever. And so we'll use the wait for end goal as the thing to cause that to end. And with the race expression, both of these happen at the same time, both the loop and waiting for the end goal. And whichever one finishes first will cause the other one to cancel. And then the race expression finishes and we can call cleanup. So it's a lot of built-in concurrency in the language is really useful for seeing how your game can be structured, how to approach, it's easy to visualize what you're doing within your game loops. So we've reached kind of breaking down a lot of these examples. We got this all working. We got button UI, we got the character moving. We talked about how to approach solving this, breaking down ideas into smaller problems with smaller solutions. Went into organizing code to be flexible. If you notice, we went in, changed the game character a couple of times, moved around what was associated with what, and have kind of separated some of that functionality so we know who is managing what. We also looked at different ways of working with existing devices, making your own devices in verse, and how important it is to test small and often, making sure as you go, everything's working. And most importantly, starting simple, because it's very easy to make things very complex and you don't know where you were actually starting and what you were trying to accomplish from the start, but you always find ways to improve it. And so this is a really simple example, but there's like a lot of ways you can expand on it, turn it into like a full game. And here's some ideas for doing that, of taking the code and using something other than a prop. Maybe try out the AI character and see what you can make it do. Try using more than one game board. You know, maybe you want to have multiple levels that the character has to go through and finish before the full experience is done. And so you can do that by changing the game board to an array on the verse device and figuring out how to spawn the character at the start of the game board for each level. And what could multiplayer look like for this? So we set up the UI so that it could work with multiple players, but also meant that they can also control the same character of the way we set it up. So maybe you want to change to a character per player or have UI controls per character and player. And there's a lot of ways to like use this example, remix it, change it into how you need it to. And we have a lot of resources as well for learning how to make games with UEFN and verse on our Epic Dev community site, dev.epicgames.com/documentation/UEFN. We have learn game mechanics tutorials, we have build a game tutorials. There's a whole snippet repository that the community is contributing to, which is awesome to see. And forums with a lot of great questions and solutions as well. And we have templates as well in UEFN to see a full game working and how to play around with it and kind of remix what's there as well. And I'll take some questions now if you have any. I'll also be at the expo downstairs right after this and tomorrow as well if you want to go in depth into anything that we talked about here or questions in general about verse.
Hi folks, I'm Samuel Bass. I am an evangelist and technical content developer here at Epic Games, and I am here to talk to you about the Unreal Editor for Fortnite as a rapid prototyping tool. So prior to what I was doing at Epic, I was a game designer for about 3 billion years, well, 28. My first game was a DOS game, so I go back a while. And I worked across a lot of genres, from real-time strategy games to console shooters to VR. One technique that stood me strong over those years is rapid prototyping, essentially building quick, simple versions of ideas to see if they stick. To do that, you need to be comfortable with jank, with ugliness, with kludgy solutions and poorly optimized logic, because ideally, none of this will ship, right? If you do ship it, well, that's on you. If it proves itself out, tag it to become a proper feature, put it aside, build it out with proper tech, and move on to the next round of prototyping until you have, well, a whole game. If it doesn't feel like it has a future, you should put it aside. Don't throw anything out. There's no point throwing anything out. It might be useful later in the day. And try something new. One of the benefits of rapid prototyping is you didn't spend much time, you didn't spend any money. It was just a matter of spinning it up and going, is this good? And if it isn't, moving on. So when I first started working with UEFN, the Unreal Editor for Fortnite, UEFN for brevity's sake, I soon realized it could be an awesome rapid prototyping tool, allowing you to piggyback Fortnite's infrastructure to get complex multiplayer games standing up, well, rapidly. If you go through this process early in your project, before you've burned your limited resources on assets and concept art and deservedly well-paid technical staff, you'll save yourself a lot of time, money, and heartache, which leads me back to that point. The Unreal Editor for Fortnite is uniquely well-suited for rapid prototyping. To understand why, let's talk about the what for a second. So what is the Unreal Editor for Fortnite? Well, it is a combination of the 3 key cornerstones of the Epic ecosystem. Fortnite, with its huge audience, massive asset library, and rock-solid multiplayer backend. Unreal Engine 5, which I assume you know, has a renderer, data import pipeline, a huge amount of the tools from UE5, and then there's a huge range of content that you can purchase on Fab from creators, under a variety of licenses. However, the most important point, at least for me, is that UEFN allows you to leverage Fortnite as a multiplayer rapid prototype, leverage Fortnite to create a multiplayer rapid prototype and get it up and running very quickly. Why? Well, it just works multiplayer, from back-end tooling to UI UX. So if you've ever done a rapid prototype, you'll know that rapid prototyping a multiplayer concept is a huge challenge, because you're doing replication logic, you're doing networking, and you can't really play fast and loose with replication. It adds an inherent layer of complication, and it needs to work. UEFN solves that. Everything is multiplayer compliant, from devices to props to the verse programming language. You do the work. We worry about the client-server side of things. It really does make prototyping a multiplayer game that much easier. And we're going to get into me doing exactly that in a little bit. So you deploy at a press of a button with UEFN, which is really useful too. It runs on any Fortnite platform, so you can deploy and then play your prototype on a Switch or an Android phone, and you'll get a much better sense of your assets, your UX, than playing just on a high-end PC. Because if you're targeting those platforms, you want to know what that user experience is like. And you can even use Creator Portal, which is our project management system that comes with UEFN, to manage access, run private multiplayer tests, and potentially, if you really like your prototype, you could even publish it and try and monetize it. In other words, you can rapid prototype and not worry about replication, building or debugging matchmaking in backend, or build deployment, publishing, or platform-specific builds. That said, there are some limitations. Well, clearly, it's Fortnite, at least for now. There's a certain limits to camera and control customization, though if you've seen our tech roadmap, we have stuff coming. You cannot create custom cosmetics. People are going to show up as dancing banana men or whatever else. So if you're going for a very specific atmosphere, that could wildly disrupt that. But, that's part of the deal with it being Fortnite, and UEFN is in beta. If it's in beta, there's going to be issues, things are going to change, all of that. We're moving towards a complete product as we go, but there will be some issues. Those are all things to be aware of. I think the big one to be aware of, if you're coming from an Unreal direction, is that if you work in Unreal, you're generally playing an editor to test your ideas and then packaging a build and testing from there once it's done. UEFN, you play in the Fortnite client, not the editor, which means that When you want to test something, you upload it to the client and you play it there. So you can use all of Fortnite's infrastructure. What I tend to do is have the client and the editor running at the same time. We've set it up so they're not competing for resources. But if you have not used to that workflow, it's worth thinking about before you move forward, because it is slightly different to Unreal. Now, if you're considering rapid prototyping in Fortnite, you probably have one additional question. And that additional question is, come on, who owns what? So, if you are making something in UEFN, you might be going, well, do Epic own my ideas? Do I own my ideas? Your creations all belong to you. Any assets you make, any ideas you have, those are yours. Feel free to do whatever with them. If you want to make a film with them, or make a game with them in Unreal 5, or even a different engine, or toys, comic books, whatever, go wild. They are all yours. Obviously, anything Fortnite belongs to Epic, so if you plan to leverage your idea outside of Fortnite, you'll need to create your own equivalents. And anything from Fab, I recommend just checking the license, because there are different licenses within Fab, and you want to make sure that if you're doing commercial work, that the creator is okay with their work being used commercially, because you don't want to publish and then have to publish, unpublish, republish without that asset. It just makes your life more difficult. And that's all well and good, right? But we're talking about rapid prototyping. So what are we rapid prototyping today? And the answer is that. Feast upon the majesty. It's actually in this very notebook right here. So yeah, that's not really very useful, is it? But how about this one? I have terrible handwriting, I'm sorry. So yeah, this is basically the result of me going through a 2-day rapid prototyping process in UEFN, because if I'm going to talk to you about it, I'm going to have to do the work myself so I can talk about it honestly. And so what I did was explore a game idea I've been toying with for a long time, which is this incomprehensible thing you're looking at right now. We're going to revisit each step, see what I did, how I did it, and how you could easily do the same or better. So let's talk game design a little bit, and this sketch might make a little bit of sense. I've been in a lot of different genres over the years, but at heart, I'm a strategy game designer. I've been toying with a mixture of third-person shooter, RTS strategy, and sort of lane pusher style gameplay for a long time, something with AI group movement, larger scale player-directed battles, but still kind of in a third-person action game context. But I'd never really had the time or resources to build out something like that and see if it was a good idea. And so UEFN had inherent multiplayer, and I was like, oh, I could do that. So let's make that the thing that I'm going to do. So the general framework of this idea is a third-person multiplayer action game. It's light, it's social. I tend to find making stuff within Fortnite, which is a very social game, aiming socially, tends to fit nicely within the context of which I'm working. It's a PvE game, it's not PvP. It's designed to be fun with friends, and it escalates into tactical action over time rather than being a hardcore strategy game. And for tactical strategy elements, I leaned into Fortnite's AI, because if you haven't played Fortnite in a while, we have really smart AI NPCs you can get in shootouts with or hire. There's all kinds of fun stuff you can do. And I'm like, I want to use those. And so what I'm going to show you now is what I ended up with. I will show you it again later once we've been through the whole process, so you can kind of see it in context. But first, I just want to kind of give you an idea of where we ended up. So here's a sneak preview of a thing I built in Fortnite. Obviously, it looks pretty Fortnite-y at first, right? And then we have an environment that is definitely not a Fortnite environment. We have AI that's not attacking me, that's on my side. We have me picking up flags, running forward and dropping flags, and people running forward to engage in combat in this environment that is being sort of hand-built for this prototype. I'm just reiterating the point that you can use flags to make people move forward. Here is the bit where I was recording video and realized I totally ignored actually winning the game I'd built and rushed over to try and save the day. You'll also notice there's a whole bunch of movement mechanics in there that aren't necessarily available in Fortnite. So that's a sneak preview. We're going to revisit that at the end so you can see it in the larger context. But first, I wanted to show you it so you can know sort of where you end up. And this was the product of, yeah, about 2 days' work, and not weird, crunchy work, normal human work. So it's not what I'd call a shippable game, but it's certainly a convincing prototype. And so how did I get from that sketch to here? Well, let's go back to the beginning and see. Come on. I am having trouble with slides today. So let's rapid prototype. So First thing I wanted to do was lock down our key mechanics. In this case, these mostly boil down to group movement in various forms. Thankfully, there's a really nice example of group movement available to anyone who uses UEFN. It's called the Stronghold template, and I am going to show you where you can find that. So if you go to New Project, you go to Feature Examples, Verse Stronghold, right there.
You're not showing that one.
Oh, it's not showing it, is it? Thank you. Thank you, kind person in the audience. So yeah, if you create a new Stronghold, we have a bunch of different verse examples, but Stronghold is the one I use. It's recently released, and what it does is it creates an attack the base gameplay example released by the UEFN team earlier this year. And it uses Verse, the programming language, plus creative devices to create complex AI behaviors, contextual bark system, and more. So back to my slides for a second. I'm going to show you what I did with it. So what I did was I took the bits of it that I wanted, stripped out the rest, because this is rapid prototyping. It's not about creating everything bespoke. If there's a solution, use that solution. And so let's play this video for a sec, and you can see this little AI experiment I built. What you have is guards coming out to guard this extremely valuable cylinder, and then we have other guards walking on patrol. And watch what happens if me as Sloan decide to start taking out those guards. The guards on patrol reinforce the cylinder, so they are now guarding it. And these ones run out and go, okay, well, that's guarded, so we're going to go on patrol. So basically, I have a system that dynamically assigns guards to roles, moves them around, all that kind of stuff. And this is all managed through a concept called leashing. Leashing is a way of confining an AI entity's movement to a certain space with an inner and outer radius. If a Fortnite AI is not in the area it's been leashed to, it will move over there. If it's already there, it will endeavor to stay. This concept underlies almost everything in this prototype from here on out, and as I said, I grabbed it directly from Stronghold. Shout out to that team. Thank you for making my life easier. So that's, as I said, that's rapid prototyping. If you have a thing that already works, use it, and then move on to create the stuff you need. So let's jump back to the editor and look at my AI test map. So this is where I started, because I wanted to build out some logic and make sure I could prove out the AI behaviors before I started building gameplay. Before I go any further, and apologies to people who have UEFN experience, but I just wanted to find a couple terms so everyone's kind of in the same boat. If you've worked in Unreal, you're probably used to blueprint, actors, etc. In UEFN, you're primarily working with devices. These are multiplayer compliant actors that control various aspects of the game, from lighting and cinematics to item spawning and NPC navigation. So say this one here. That's a player spawn device. It does exactly what it says on the tin. And since UEFN is inherently multiplayer, if I wanted to add more players to my game, all I need to do is go over to this, which is the experience settings device, which is your equivalent of game mode and project settings kind of rolled into one, and add more players. So my facetious example is if I had one player and I wanted to make a two-player game, I change that number to 2 and add another player spawn point, and I have a 2-player game. It's free co-op, it just works. It's really, really nice. And then beyond that, it's also where you define a lot of the rules of your game mode, which the ton of settings from player movement to the various systems in Fortnite you can turn on or off, building, things like that. And I, in fact, enabled a bunch of stuff that's sort of off by default in Fortnite to get the mode I wanted, because I was thinking more movement shooter movement, where you move very fast. So what I did after that was I set up some logic. So this is a guard spawner. What it does is it spawns NPCs in that radius on a specific team. So if they're on your team, they're your friends. If they're on another team, they have a different relationship to you. And they're what provide the AI I use for my logic. So it's not as deep as creating my own AI characters, but they're relatively customizable. You have a lot of options in terms of health and behavior and so on. You have a variety of guards to choose from. So you can certainly in a prototype context have a variety of enemies and AI behavior that you want. So next, I'm going to select one of these blue cones. So this is a verse device. That is, it's a generalized device that runs verse on your programming language and takes some basic inputs. It's very similar to a blueprint actor, but inherently network compliant. You don't have to worry about replication with verse, which can save a ton of time. And this is where you extend functionality beyond the included devices that come with UEFN. You can also swap out the mesh and material of a verse device per instance, which is really useful when you want to tell them apart. So in this case, I made them cones, and I made them this nice blue color, so I could tell they're all related. What this thing is a leash, which is the thing I previously discussed. It is a leash. So what I'm going to do is open it up and show you my logic. Let's go to Verse Explorer. If you haven't used Verse, Verse Explorer is where you can create new verse actors, or you can look at your existing verse. So I am going to open up the leash. I bet you it's going to open on the wrong window, and I was right. I don't need to get started with VS Code. I'm good. Thank you. Okay, so this is my masterpiece, and by that I mean I literally just copy-pasted it from the work that the team who built Stronghold did, and then removed the bits I didn't want. But it's very simple. What it's really doing is it's interfacing with the leashing logic built into the Fortnite AI versus verse script, using verse script, and then using instance tunable inputs in the location of the device as the center point, so you can find the inner and outer radius of your leash with the actual device going, this is where the center point is. And so there's a variety of templates and example projects, as I showed you, that come with UEFN. So you can often cannibalize them for your prototype before building anything bespoke. So I'm actually going to zoom this in a bit because I would like you to be able to see it. There we go. Is that a little bit more legible? Okay, good. So now I'm going to go back to the editor and talk about what I did with these leashes. Because these leashes are leashes, and you can assign them to AI, but I need some logic to manage that. I can't just go magically work leashes. So let's look at the simplest version of that I built, which is this blue sphere here. Let's zoom into that. It's a stunning blue sphere, and as you can see, it has a couple settings. It's linked to this guard spawner right here. It has all of those leashes in an array, and it has some variables to set up a delay. There's patrol delay and then a random modifier. And what it does is it tracks the AI instantiated by this guard spawner, assigns them to a leash, and then updates the leash over time as it cycles through an array of leash devices using that delay. You know, a patrol. However, this is a group-based patrol versus an individual AI you go here thing, which means because it exists on a group level, it doesn't interrupt the behavior of the individual units. Fortnite AI will continue to use vision and hearing. They'll fight, they'll take cover, and so on, even as they move to their new location, which makes for a much more malleable gameplay system than I'm fighting, and then I gotta stop and walk over here, and then I'm fighting again. It creates a really nice, fluid experience. So once again, let's pop open the verse and take a look at how I actually built this thing. Oh, and I actually opened this time, great. So you can see those things right up here. These are the options I can set for the instance. So auto start is obviously, in a larger gameplay context, I want to activate these things via some larger gameplay framework logic, but here I just need to test it. So I gave it an auto start. Logic is the equivalent of a Boolean in verse if you haven't used verse. Then I have a reference to the guard spawner device. I have an array of leashes, which use the leash device I built, and then the two things to define the delay. All it's doing is subscribing to the event when guards spawn and when guards are eliminated. An event in UEFN is like an event in Unreal Standard. When a thing happens that can set an event, it sends an event, and you can say, when this thing fires an event, do something. So I have routines based on guard spawning, and because the guard spawner tracks the guards, I can also track it being eliminated, which means that very simply, and then this is all pretty, I'm gonna get into this in a little bit, but I wanna talk about that other stuff first. So when a guard is spawned, I add them to my array of guards, and I apply that leash to them. I have a leash called active leash that is the current leash. When a guard's eliminated, all this complicated looking thing does is remove them from the array if they're in the array. So to scroll back up for a sec, once we go down here, I'm setting that working the active leash. Basically, in verse, we deal with failure context, which means if a thing can fail, it needs to be wrapped in a if this thing can work context. So what I'm going is if the index array reference is good, in my leash, and the leash index defaults at 0. So if the first entry in my array is good, let's make that the working leash. So it basically prevents me from sending stuff across the network with bogus data. And if it fails, it rolls back, which from a networking perspective is fantastic. Oh yeah, and here's my super smart auto start logic. It's just, if it's true, run this thing, which otherwise I just call from another verse actor. And all this is doing is enabling the guard spawner, which is sort of self-explanatory, and then spawning an async routine called guard patrol. So these are my guard spawning elimination. So guard patrol right here. So all that is, it's an async routine, which means I can put delays in it. And it's a loop. All it does is it generates a random number based on those instance editable entries I put, and it sleeps for that period of time, and then it calls this update position routine. And that's a loop, so it just does it over and over again. What happens with update position is it disables the current leash, iterates through the array. If we're at the end of the array, we go back to 0. Otherwise, we go 1 to the next leash in the array, and then we call update leash. And all that does is bounce through all of the guards currently in the array of patrolling guards and assign the leash to them. And that's literally it. It's very simple. So at this point, we can go back into the enemy manager. Actually, we can go back to slides for a sec, and I'm going to show you this again. So what we have here, I apologize for saying so loudly over and over again. So what we have here is the equivalent, but instead of one array, I have 2 arrays. I have an array for patrolling guards, and I have an array for guarding guards. And the way this logic works is I will not assign any spawn guards to the patrol array until the guard array hits a certain amount. So once I have 2 guards in the guard array, I start adding guards to the patrol array instead. However, if a guard is eliminated, I check how many guards are left in the guard array, and if it hits a certain number, I take all the patrolling guards and add them to that array instead. So when new guards spawn, they go, well, the thing's guarded, but there's no one patrolling, and so they take over the patrol, which leads to this nice flexible behavior. The AI doesn't have a predefined role. I just give it a role based on the state of the game when they spawn and can modify that in real time. All right, so now let's think about the design I'm looking to prototype. I want to build this sort of basically contesting an area gameplay where enemy AI are going to enter and basically attack and hold these cylinders. Much like here they're guarding the cylinders, I want them to attack and hold, establish a perimeter, and so on. And all of these already do that. I've built this logic, it works. I just need to spawn the guards further away so they run up to the thing rather than appearing right next to it. And then I also need to add some feedback mechanics, because the idea is if the enemies are near the cylinder thing, they're going to damage it. So I need to, 1, have a system for dealing with damage, and 2, have a way to give the player visual feedback. So I really don't need to change much with what I have. I just need to basically add a couple devices to add feedback. All right, let's take a look at how I did that. Fortnite has tons and tons of things I can use to do that. None of these verse devices I built are more than 80 lines of code, and that includes my very, very liberal use of comments and logging and so on. So it's all very simple verse. I'm a game designer, I'm not an engineer. You don't need to be an engineer to use verse. We have some great examples, just start there. All right, so we're in the AI test map. Let's look at that attack and hold behavior. That's over here. So, guard spawner, cylinder. So the cylinder is just another leash like any other. The difference is it's visible in game. So it counts against pathfinding. It's a physical object. Player can see it. These leashes are not visible. They don't have it. They're just running logic, and they have a position. But yeah, it's just another leash. I just gave it a different mesh. And then we have the actual gameplay logic, which is a more advanced, I should add some leashes to it, is a more advanced version of the enemy behavior I showed on the other side. And it uses that logic I just showed you. It's got the reinforcement, it's got the 2 pools of guards. None of that is different. I'm going to pop it open in a second so you can see it. But I want to show you the devices I added to it first. So I needed a couple things. I needed visual feedback, so I added a VFX spawner. I needed something to show the state of the device, how much health it has left. So I put a timer that is rendering in the world. If I zoom in there, you can see it. Starts at 50, counts down to 0. I have a HUD message device which displays a message on the HUD when the time hits 0 saying, hey, you lost the thing. And because I've got that timer, I can track the timer succeeds event to know when I've lost this node. And then the final thing I need to do is check against proximity, because the idea is guards spawn when they're in a preset level of proximity that I can define right here. Then it will start damaging the device, counting down the timer, setting off the VFX, and so on. And you can see me referencing all of that stuff right here. So let's pop open the Verse device and look at my node manager. So you're going to see a lot of code that is very similar to the enemy manager, because this is the enemy manager plus, really. So these are all those soft references. So some things I didn't reference before, but I did reference when talking about AI, was the node guard max. That's how many guards at the maximum amount to hold that position. And then the reinforcement threshold, meaning if we drop to 1 or less guards, then the patrol group will come and reinforce them. And I'll talk through how that works. So you can see I have 2 arrays, one for patrol guards, one for node guards. I have a node disabled logic pool, because when the time hits 0, I don't want any of this logic to work the same. I have the same leash index and active patrol leash as before, because the patrolling behavior is exactly the same. It's just like the enemy manager, I just added some more stuff. So the only additional subscription I did was I subscribed to the timer completing, and that calls an event called node hacked, which we'll get to right at the end of this Verse script. First thing I do, I pause the timer because the thing is meant to take damage. And then logic, I spawn 2 things. I spawn guard patrol, which you should be familiar with because I just talked through it. And then I spawn one called node logic loop. And that is how I do my proximity check. So updated guard spawned, because now I'm adding them to one of 2 different arrays. There is this one. And what I'm doing is, if the node guards are more or equal to the maximum amount that I want in there, or the node is disabled, then I apply them to the patrol group. Because if you've lost the node, I still want the people patrolling the area. And I apply the appropriate leash. Otherwise, I add them to the node guard groups and send them to guard the cylinder. And this is exactly the same. I'm just removing them from the arrays, except down here, if I can scroll over slightly, is if the guard length drops below this node reinforcement threshold, which is just an integer, then I call node unguarded, and that is the routine that puts the patrolling guards over by the node. So this is the patrol. It's exactly the same as before. This is update position, exactly the same as before. So node unguarded. So once again, if the node is functional, the patrol guards, all I do is I clear their leash for each guard in the array. This is me using a for loop to iterate through the array. I clear the leash, I remove them from the patrol group, I add them to the node guard group, and then I apply that leash and they go over there. Simple as that. And the node logic loop that I called in all of its complexity, and I'm going to apologize to any engineers here that has to see this. This is a rapid prototype. But all I'm doing is waiting 1 second and then calling a location check routine on a loop. This is not great coding. Don't do this in a final shipping game. So this is my distance check. So if I have more than 0 node guards and the node is functional, I do another for loop to iterate through that array of node guards. And for each one, I'm getting the Fortnite character that the guard is, and from there getting their location. And then I can get the working the distance between the node and that guard's location, and if it's below a certain amount, then I add them to another array called node guards in range. And then, when my for loop is complete, I send the length of that array, which gets cleared every time I run this routine, to something called Feedback Manager. All Feedback Manager does is if that number is bigger than 0, it resumes the timer and turns on VFX. If it doesn't, it pauses the timer and disables the VFX. And node hack, the one I referred to in the beginning, that just sets node disabled to true. That's all it does. So let's see it in action. So one thing with UEFN, if you haven't used UEFN, is that all the gameplay occurs on the client, as I said. In the interest of not stressing conference internet, I have recorded it on video. So I'm going to show it to you on video. My apologies in advance. But so this is that very routine that I just showed you in action. As you can see, when they get in close, the VFX go off. The timer starts counting down. You can see when I zoom in there. If I shoot them, these guys come and reinforce. And they see me, because it turns out standing on a floating platform right above people with a sniper rifle is not the most subtle way to raid a base. But yeah, that's exactly that logic. Now, I could spend a really long time tweaking this to be just right, but honestly, this is a rapid prototype. We don't care, it's good enough. No point in turning into a system when the rest of the content is still in my sketchbook. So next, I'm going to talk about creating my friendly AI. Now, controlling AI might seem pretty complex. In an RTS game, I'm going to use a cursor, probably a mouse and keyboard to select and move my units. And obviously, that's not going to work in Fortnite. So I need to take a different approach. My initial thought was something like smoke grenade, like you throw a smoke grenade, and they are color-coded, and different color-coded NPCs run over to them. And I spent like 2 hours banging my head against that, and I'm like, this isn't working. I'm going to do something else. That is part of the rapid prototyping process is going, I'm going to try a different way and just table that for now. So after some fiddling around, I decided on a different path. Basically, Fortnite, if you played Fortnite, supports capture the flag gameplay. So maybe the player should literally plant a flag to order their troops forward, which feels like a good metaphor and would be as simple as updating their leash location to where the flag was dropped. So I implemented it in very few lines of code. So what I'm going to do is I am going to open up my friendly AI test map and show you that logic. So another guard spawner, no player spawner, guard spawner. So this is that CTF flag. It's a standard UEFN device. It's configurable, it has events and all that kind of stuff. Mostly, I don't care. All I care is where you've dropped it. But you can color code it, which is really useful. And then this is the verse device with the logic. And all it's doing is it's linked to the capture flag, it's linked to the guard spawner, and it's linked to the leash. That is the leash right there. So I need to stop saying so over and over again. It's a tick. So now I'm going to open up the friendly manager to show you how that works. Most of this is actually much, much simpler than the node manager. All it's really doing is, once again, I'm keeping track of guards spawn, guards eliminated. That's exactly the same. I just have them in an array. But I'm also, for the friendly item spawner, which is the CTF flag, I'm subscribing to its item dropped event. So what happens when you drop the item? Well, what happens is, logically, you throw the flag to go to where the flag is. Here's the thing, I don't know where the flag lands when you drop it. That's coming. But I do know where you are because that event passes the person who dropped the flag. And since that's a player, I can then get their location. And all I'm actually doing is teleporting that leash device to your location and then reassigning it to the guards, which means that they run over. So I'm using a clear leash and apply leash. So that's the entirety of that code. And let's see it in action. All right, let's go. So this is me controlling the AI. Picking up a flag, running away, Agent Jonesy being secretive, and here you can see them walking over. And that's exactly that logic. I don't care when you picked up the flag, but I care where you dropped it, and when you drop it, the leash that these guards are leashed to just moves there, and I reassign it to them so they move over. Honestly, I didn't expect it to work the first time. I thought it was going to be a disaster, but it did, and then I was done. And I had game mechanics enough to base a whole prototype on. It was systemic, it was malleable, it was easily tunable enough to modify without breaking too much of a sweat. So I had the basics of my game, but you know what I didn't have, right? This. I had no play space. So I had to build it. And my sketch told me roughly what I was thinking in terms of space and layout, but translating that to a three-dimensional environment is going to take some iteration, right? So we want to work fast, we don't want to work beautiful, we want to be functional. Remember, this is a prototype. It doesn't have to be beautiful, it just has to be okay. So if I open up the map I use to show you how I do that, I can talk you through the process. So when I want to do some rapid layout work, or as we used to call it back in the day, level design, I tend to go with cube grid from our modeling tool set. If you haven't used our modeling tools, they're a very complete, detailed tool set for 3D modeling within the editor. not just for creating stuff, but also if you want to simplify meshes, retopologize, do UV stuff, all kinds of stuff. But me, as a full-time game designer, what I'm going to do is use cube grid, which is exactly what it says. It lets you define a grid, define the size of the grid, and then pull and push cubes within that grid to create spaces. So let's drop up here. So say I create that big block, then I push that block down, and then I'm here. And if you remember my sketch a little bit, I have kind of a raised area on one side, and then I have a lowered sort of atrium in the middle. And there you go. That is a layout right there. Obviously, this is where I started, but because you're working off a defined grid versus just throwing geometry together, it means that you can experiment and still emerge with first-pass asset standards for your environment art, and characters. It's really good to know how big stuff is going to be before you start building assets. Now, I had to start thinking about what this was going to be. So maybe this is because I go to too many conferences. That's highly likely, but I started thinking of it as like an architectural hotel lobby. And with that in mind, I used cube grid to add some cover, which was as simple as, you know, that. Define a shape, give it a material. In this case, I like to make my cover darker than, whoops, wrong one. Go back to that. But yeah, so basically you can use cube grid to lay out an entire space very rapidly. And one of the key things with cube grid is that it outputs static meshes. So you can then use the other modeling tools, should you so feel the desire to get really crazy with the static mesh to build really interesting environments. Me, I just need to build a simple shooter environment, so I'm keeping it just cube grid. Once I was happy with that, I threw in some guard spawner devices, like I previously showed you, to just test out the space with AI enemies, allowing me to get a feel for the combat environment. And that led to a process of iteration. And where I ended up was here. This is my actual block out that I built for this rapid prototype. You can bounce around. You can see the cylinders are standing in for the nodes. We've got our atrium lobby. We've got our, I guess, check-in area. We've got a raised area that's slowly turning into some kind of lobby bar because I spend way too much time at conferences. And then over here, we have a player spawn area with one player start. And with that, I could load it up into the client and just start exploring it and feeling, what does this space feel like? How does it feel to move? How should I tweak player movement and so on to get the most out of this space? And once I had got to this point, which I was pretty happy with overall, I decided to start adding our cover. So let's bring up the version with cover. There we go, layout. So this is the version with cover and guard spawners that I created to basically test out gameplay. Once again, it doesn't actually have any of that node logic in, it doesn't have any of my verse in. It's just a space with some guard spawners and some cover. And if I switch to the slides for a second, I can show you me testing that out. So here is me running around that block out. And a lot of rapid prototyping is about going, how does this feel? Does this match what's in my head? Does what's in my head not work? How are the view distances? How does it feel to move? And then here is me with the cover layout and testing out combat with some guards just to see how it feels. Not the combat I want for my game, but what does it feel like to engage in combat in these spaces? Are they too cramped? Are they too big? How much open space should I have? You may also notice that I turned on a bunch of fun Fortnite movement mechanics. So that's that. And at that point, I was pretty happy with it. I had a layout I would say I could live with. I had mechanics. I had all the bits. I just needed to tie it together. So what I'm going to do now is open up my first gameplay prototype, which is layout gameplay. So here, what you see is before the cylinders were just like stand-ins. What we have here is 3 distinct areas with all of those same verse actors and devices I previously showed you. I added one more, which is this device here, which prevents AI from getting too close to a thing because my NPCs kept jumping off of the nodes they were trying to hold, and it looked a bit silly. So I put some stuff in to just make it look a little slicker. But you can see I color-coded them so you know which nodes and leashes go together. And I could assign those leashes to any guard, but I wanted to color-code it for my own peace of mind. You can see the spawn points for the guards, where they come in from. And then if you look over here, you can see that I also have those enemy managers I showed you earlier that spawn what I like to think of as chaff enemies that are just there to kind of flank the player, keep the player engaged, while the main enemies try and take and hold these nodes. And then what I did, because they're using different guard spawners, is the enemy manager enemies are much less powerful than the ones trying to hold the nodes. Creates a hierarchy of gameplay, which means we're starting to build towards actual gameplay. And let's see where we went from there. I also had friendly AI. So if we look here, this is the friendly AI spawners. I like them to drop from the sky for some reason. And this is, again, that same stuff. It's the friendly behavior. We've got the leash, we've got the flag, we've got the spawners. But what we have over here as well is, one, we have 3 player starts, because I do not want this to be a single player thing. I want this to be a PvE 3-player thing. So I created 3 player starts. And one of the other things you'll see is this. This is a barrier device. What the barrier device does is create my pre-game lobby. Because what I want to have is that whole multiplayer game experience. You appear in a lobby. If you remember that video, you're in this sort of cloud space, and then it goes away, you're in the hotel lobby. And so all I did was, this is a barrier device. You can drop them in, you can customize them. They work exactly like they say. And then I created a timer called Start Game. The difference to that and the other timers I'm using is this just displays in the HUD versus in the game world. And when that timer succeeds, one, it deactivates the barrier. If I select my barrier, you can see it is disabled by timer start game. But it also activates another timer called end game. And timer end game is the length of my total gameplay session. If that timer expires, it activates an end game device, which is, again, exactly what it says. It displays a end game screen. And because if you've reached the point where that timer expires without losing all your nodes, you've won. So I know that, I can assume that, and that creates your end game experience. However, there is one problem here. You also can lose, and I don't know how to track how you're going to lose. So what I did was I built a device called a gameplay manager in Verse to just very simply track the gameplay. So I'm going to open that up for a sec and show you how it works. Let me show you it in editor first. Where is my gameplay manager? There it is. So all that is it tracks the 3 nodes. It has a defeat device. It has the enemy managers that it can activate, and then it has timers for phases, which means that I can, rather than have all in the node gameplay activate at once, I can phase it out so it escalates over time, creating an arc of gameplay, which is really what you want in any kind of experience. You don't want it to be the same from beginning to end. And let's open that up and take a look. All right. So this is the gameplay manager. Oh yeah, I have to close VS Code and reopen it. There we go. This is the gameplay manager minus mean underlines. Wow, it's mad at me today. We're just going to move on from that. But OK, so this is the endgame device that I can activate. And this is the enemy managers I'm tracking. And these are the floats that define the time. So by the way, this first script actually does work. It's just mad at me because I switched maps while keeping VS Code open. But all I'm really doing here is I get the timer, the 3 timers. And then for each node timer, I subscribe to their success event, meaning when these 3 timers that are the health of the node have completed, whenever every one of them goes off, I call this event. And then I spawn another async routine called phase manager, which is the most bespoke, knocked together quickly phase structure of a thing. But I'm literally going wait phase 1, and then calling start phase, and spawning the enemy managers for chaff enemies, wait phase 2, calling start phase again, wait phase 3, start phase. Start phase is just iterating through that array of nodes and activating them one at a time, which is escalating the gameplay over time. And then start spawner is the same for enemy managers. So the last part of this is node timer complete, which is the thing that's called when the node timer hits 0, meaning the enemies have captured it or destroyed it, however you want to assume what they're doing is. And all that's doing is incrementing an integer by 1. And if that integer is greater than or equal to the maximum amount of nodes, then I am calling that you've lost the game device and saying, you lose. You could have won, but you didn't. And then I also added a couple more things just to make it a little more complete. I added this device here, which is called a class designer device. And what it does is it lets you design a class specific to your players. And you can do a ton of these. You can even let players choose them at the start of a round if you want, using the class selector device. But what it lets you do is create custom versions of Fortnite characters that have different movement speeds, different inventories, different functionality. I wanted a glass cannon that moved very fast, had a lot of mantling and high speed sort of parkour behavior, but wasn't amazing at combat, would die pretty quickly without their AI buddies. And so I created the node goodnik, as I called them, and they're up to node good. And then I just gave them class slot 1. And if I go back to my experience settings, then you can see I have a default class identifier. It's class slot 1. That means any player that spawns has that class, which means it's why Jonesy runs so fast in my little videos. And at that point, I have basically a complete game. It's got all the bits. It is playable, and I'm going to show it to you in action. But we're not done, just so you know. So we have gameplay. Here is me playing in that map I just showed you. Here's me picking up the flag. Here's enemy trying to hold the node. You can see the enemy spawners are starting to activate the side and engage with me. My guards are running forward. Gameplay's happening. So it all works. I play tested it a bunch. I was pretty happy with it. But that leads to the next problem, which is, let's say you make a rapid prototype, and this is a big assumption, that you actually think is pretty good, but you want to show it to someone for whom blockout geometry is not good enough to kind of engage with their imagination. So you need to answer the question, can it be pretty? Can it be pretty in a rapid prototyping context, meaning you're not going to spend 5 weeks making art for it? Well, this is where being in Fortnite is really useful. You have access to all those assets, all the Unreal Engine rendering features, and you have the ability to import your own assets or purchase them from Fab, meaning you can knock something into shape relatively quickly. Unfortunately, as an artist, I have mittens for hands. I have no art talent whatsoever. So I reached out to my colleague Aaron Langmead, who did the Proc Gen talk yesterday. He's very talented, and asked him to take a stab at making our architectural hotel lobby under those same time limitations as me. Based in the UK, I'm in LA, so I got up the next day, and I had this. It's very cool. So what Aaron did was created materials, took the architectural hotel lobby idea, built materials and some assets, mostly in the modeling tools, knocked them out very quickly, and also went through, he also put in a ceiling, because I don't believe in ceilings, and added some props from the Fortnite prop library that matched our aesthetic, at which point I did a lighting pass, which you can see right here, and to make it, because if you're going to be showing stuff off to people who don't want to see block out, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it certainly needs to be pretty enough, and you can easily get to pretty enough in Fortnite. If you haven't been to Carlos's UEFN lighting talk, you should watch it online. It's really useful. So I'm running out of time, so I'm going to drop back to the editor and show you that version. So here is what Aaron sent me, which is you can actually turn my block out on and off. He didn't recreate my entire layout in terms of all the cover. He just gave me the props to work with, because I'm a grown-up, I can do it myself. But you can see, spend a lot of time defining individual spaces, creating these very nice windows, and putting in these skylights, generally creating a sense of space, which point I went and did the lighting pass. And that takes us to that map that you weren't meant to see when I first opened the editor, which is the final version of the map. As you can see, I went through, I found some more props. I added a day sequence device, which gives you a lot of control over the lighting and atmospherics of a level. So, because I find a lot of experiences launch with default Fortnite lighting, and you don't have to. You can create something entirely different. So I added a environmental height fog actor to create more of these volumetrics. As you can see, while you zoom around, there is like nice thick light. I used cyberpunk city props from Fortnite to create this exterior space and tweaked the sun to basically look really dramatic. And then I made some fast-moving clouds because I'm an Unreal Tournament fan and everything should have really fast clouds. And if you pop around, you can see we now have very distinctive spaces. They don't all feel like weird blockout spaces. You can go lobby bar, check-in area, atrium, and so on. And it's not shippable, but it's certainly good enough to show someone. So what I'm going to do now is show you a little video of it in action that you may have seen before. I'm going to sneak right under the radar. So this is, now that you've seen me build this whole thing, or at least discuss building this whole thing, you can see that is the friendly AI. That is the enemy AI guarding a node. There are guards spawning in. These ones are running forward. This is me running upstairs because guards are starting to appear here because phase 2 has started. And then this is me realizing that I'm totally ignoring the third node and using that. Well, one of the things you'll notice while I'm moving is that I'm moving way faster and using a bunch of parkour moves that I enabled because of the class designer. And what I end up with is not a complete game, but a complete 3-player PvE prototype that you can play with full matchmaking, online, with your friends. You could even publish it and monetize it. And that is really why I'm doing this talk, is it is well worth spending time getting your idea right before you spend money and energy and weeks of work to make your game. And rapid prototyping in UEFN, even if you decide to move to a different tool after, is a really, really valuable thing you can do. So that's it. I'm Sam Bass. Thank you for coming. Go make some prototypes. And if you see me, thank you. Come say hi. Thanks, everybody.
You guys hear me? Yes. Hi. So, welcome. My name is Fredrik Nilsson, and I'm here to talk to you about animating in the Unreal Engine. So, slide didn't work. Hold on. Not going forward. I could do it here. Any idea why it won't be going forward? I can. I think. Nope. Sorry. Try this again. There we go. Okay. Sorry, what are my notes? So at Epic, I'm a technical product manager with a focus on the animation tools. I knew early on in my career that I'm going to start back. I knew pretty early on that I wanted to work in computer graphics and animation. And I've been very fortunate to work at some amazing studios with some incredibly talented people over the years. So I started my career in New York at Greenberg, R. Greenberg Associates, I was a generalist, so I was doing all sorts of things, but working on commercials and broadcast graphics and movie titles, that kind of thing. One day, an animator came to my desk and dropped a book on my desk, and it was The Illusion of Life. So it's a Disney animation, The Illusion of Life. It's an amazing book. It set me on a journey to be fascinated with animation and really push and learn more about it and become a better animator. I got to do some character animation when I was at Greenberg, but they were typically doing a lot more just commercial work. I then was hired at PDI in Northern California. I was hired for the Simpsons episode where Homer walks through a wall, and it's like the Twilight Zone episode. He turns 3D, and he's like, man, this place looks expensive. I feel like I'm wasting a fortune just standing here. So I worked on that, and then I worked on Ants and Shrek, and then DreamWorks purchased us, and we worked on Ants and then Shrek. I then went to id Software in Texas, where I was the lead animator for Doom 3. So that was my first taste of working in real time, and I've been fascinated with it ever since. I then went back to feature animation at DreamWorks in Glendale, California, where I worked on all sorts of movies from Madagascar to Kung Fu Panda and How to Train Your Dragon and The Croods and many others. But I was a supervising animator, and then I turned into a workflow director, and then ultimately a product owner for Primo, which was their proprietary animation software. Academy Award-winning animation software. So I got to work on that. And then most recently, I think I worked on Bad Guys and Trolls 3, which is coming up. So I joined Epic about a year and a half ago, and I've been really, really excited, with the progress we've made on all of our animation tools. Every release keeps getting better and better. We're slicing off, tackling every area that we can and trying to improve the tools piece by piece. So hopefully you guys, if any of you have been playing with it, you're feeling that and seeing some of the progress. We're going to keep pushing on it. So let's see. So what are we going to cover today? Oh, I was just going to cover one more thing that I missed, which is what does a product manager do? So we analyze issues. So it could be bugs. It could be feature requests. We file lots of JIRAs. We iterate with the developers, the engineers, and we work again with the artists, so we kind of engage everyone, both internal and external. And and we work on mock-ups, and we work closely with the engineers on every feature and fix that we're doing. We then roll those out to whether it's a new show or another studio, whatever, whoever's using the tools. We work on onboarding, documentation, work with the QA teams, all sorts of things around the product, right? So what are we going to cover today? I'm going to start with some basics of animation and then get into some of those principles of animation. So if you think of that Illusion of Life book, I wanted to kind of show that all those things can be done also in the engine. It's just another animation tool, so you can pretty much animate anything at this point. Then I go into kind of a rapid fire tips and tricks section where I just show a whole bunch of things you might not know. Actually, it's probably more than 20 now. I think I upped it to like 25 or something. Tips, and then I'm going to go into some cool little demos for animating a dragon and talk about the robot from our GDC demo from earlier in the year. Okay, so back to the basics. So I'm going to start super simple at first, and then ramp up into those kind of tips and tricks. So what is animation? Let's start with that. So animation is, it's a method in which you manipulate an object in space across time, right? So if you see this cube, those frames, those are different positions. So that essentially is a simple form. That's animation, right? What are transforms? So transforms are those objects that are positioned in space. They're translated somewhere, they're rotated, oriented a certain way, and they're a certain size. Frames per second, you're going to want to decide this pretty early on. Once you know this, you know how many frames are in every second of time. So how many frames do you have to animate to play 1 second of time? I'm going to stick probably to 24 frames per second for most of this, because that's what we do in film, and also a lot of our cinematics and stuff, we're in that frame rate. Keyframes, so those transforms, if you transform something, you have a transform on frame 1 and another on frame 24. So you can see here I go to frame 24, and I move this cube, creating a keyframe like that, move it over there, and then I hit play. Now I've created the movement of the cube from here to here over 1 second, because that was 24 frames. Timing can be controlled by adjusting the number of those frames, right? So here, if I take that keyframe on frame 24 and I move it back to frame 12, well, now it's moving the same distance it did at 24, but now it's no longer a full second, so it's only half a second to get to that same distance. So it moves faster. Vice versa, more frames will make it move slower. So if I move that keyframe from 24 to 48, remember, I'm still playing back at 24 frames per second, so that's why adjusting timing is adjusting the speed of this object. You can also control the speed by changing the distance. So more distance will make it go faster, because again, I'm only playing across these 24 frames, and less distance will make it go slower. So just keep that in mind as you're animating. Spacing. So spacing is essentially the distance between every frame. So you may have seen these kinds of spacing charts. So constant speed, the distance between every frame is pretty even and constant. But when you start messing around with real kind of cartoony animation and just more natural movement, not everything moves linearly like a robot. Things kind of ramp up in speed. So if that spacing is really tight, it's moving slower. As that spacing gets bigger, it's moving faster and faster, and then it usually tightens up again as it slows down. Spacing, how can you adjust it? There's many ways you can adjust spacing. So I've created a little spacing chart here using our motion trails tool. I'd turn on the Bezier handles, so it was linear, that's why everything was even. And I'm grabbing these Bezier handles and I'm just manipulating them, moving them left and right. And you see that's changing the shape of the curve. That shape of the curve is adjusting the timing. So because I move those handles like this, I change the shape. It starts slow, speeds up, and then ends up slow. You can also adjust spacing with adding more keyframes. So this is my preferred method. I prefer the control of adding keyframes in certain areas that I know I want it to start moving here. I want it to end moving here. You have a lot more control. So you'll see the shape of the curve is the same as the last demo. But I'm just doing it with adding a few more keyframes in between. Squash and stretch. So now we're finally getting to some of those principles. So on the left there's no squash and stretch. In the middle, there's just a vertical scale. But it doesn't quite look right. And on the right, there's scale with volume, meaning as something gets longer, it gets thinner. Something gets shorter, it gets fatter or wider. That's preserving the volume of the shape. Overlap, so this is another one of those principles. Not everything moves at the same rate, the same speed. So if you look at the flaps on the box, they're moving at a different speed and rate as the box itself. And there could be many factors for that. In this case, maybe it's wind resistance, maybe it's just they're lighter. And then when they hit the ground, they flop down and bounce at different timing than the cube itself. Anticipation, so this is an important one. It's a driving force behind any action. It can also be used to show the audience that something might happen before it happens. So it's a trick to kind of get the audience to look at a certain place because the character's going to go and do something. So they might rear back to do something and then go. You'll see it, if you look for it now when you're watching animation, you'll see it all over the place. It's also, of course, something in sports. Baseball player doesn't just throw the ball. He does that huge wind-up. So you can consider that being the anticipation as well. I'm going to talk a bit about animating this box. So I had done this little animation, which I'll get to on the next couple slides. But I want to show kind of how I did it. So I recorded myself animating this. It was about 20 minutes of me animating it. I'm not going to make you sit through a 20-minute video, so I've sped it up quite a bit. But I'm going to just talk through some of the things I did. So first I used this trick, which I found recently, where you can record your mouse movement. So I literally grab the manipulator, and I hit play, and then I'm moving the mouse, and it's kind of mouse motion capture in a way. It's recorded that timing and speed. So this is a really quick way to kind of get somewhere really quick if you're exploring timing. And you don't want to kind of sit and do it all manually with a bunch of keyframes. Then I do as what animators do a lot. They sit and manipulate curves. So in this case, I'm just cleaning up some shapes, removing a lot of these extra keys because I don't need them. Working on the ground contact. making sure it's kind of in the right position. Yeah, animators live in the curve editor. It's kind of their home in a lot of the process. Then I think I'd do a pass here at just cleaning up the forward momentum and also some of the angles of the cube, just hitting the ground at certain angles. Excuse me. Because I know that I want to kind of do some rocking back and forth and maybe some squash and stretch eventually. I check the playback. Again, there's no play blast needed. There's no rendering required because the engine is just always real time. What do I do next? Oh, I close the flaps, and then I'm going to start doing this pass at the rocking motion. This rig is available, by the way. You can download it and play with it. It has some really cool features in it. Oh, sorry, before I got that, just one more pass at the ground contact. This tool. So these proxy controls we have built into this rig are kind of these dynamic pivots that are all over it. So I'm not going to some kind of temporary pivot tool here and changing pivots manually. It's all built into the rig, so you can just animate this thing as if it's making contact with the ground there's no real collision going on here. So I did a quick pass at just the rocking. Excuse me. Get a drink. And then I'm going to do a pass, I think, at squash and stretch. So same thing. There's many different ways you can animate. I could have animated this by just going through a bunch of key poses, pose-to-pose animation, or in this case, it's more like a layered approach where I did a pass and then I'm kind of adding things on top of it. So I'm just moving through my motion and just adding some quick squash and stretch. So already it's starting to feel pretty good. I think I noticed a little glitch in the movement right there that I probably speed up. So more curve cleanup. I think I just delete a few keys and kind of clean up that end bit. It was just moving too fast. So play again, and it should feel pretty good. And then lastly, I think I just animate the flaps. So I just grabbed a couple of the flaps, and again, just moving through my motion and animating them, kind of opening up, doing some anticipation, doing some overlap, all those things we talked about earlier. Bouncing and flopping around, flaps. Yeah, and then I just checked final playback. I felt pretty good about it. Yeah, that was that. So then I took that box, and I wanted to test some new features in the tool. So I added some cameras, added some lights, put a character in there, parented it to the character, added another character, made him really big, made him jump down. There's some mocap in here. Tested some of the constraints where I animated this guy climbing up. I think if any of you saw my talk last year, I think I did some of this. This is just more on that. Okay, so now let's go through this rapid fire tips and tricks stuff. So 25 things you may not know about while you're animating the engine. You may know all of them, and I apologize, but I'm just going to cover them anyway. Settings and preferences. I definitely cover this in all of my talks because I feel like it's really important. There's a lot of settings and preferences in UE, and these are the ones that I've identified as the important ones. If you want to scan that QR code, it'll take you to this page. There's more than just these, but they're also on this page. It's the same QR code. Hotkeys, I just want to call these out because these are the critical ones that I use all the time. Playing, stopping, stepping frames, stepping keyframes, scrubbing time, that kind of thing. These were new. They were added in 5.1. Organize your folders, or organize your sequencer with folders. Not everyone knows about this. I use them to clean up my sequencer. You can just select a bunch of things in your sequencer and create a folder and put them in there. It's not like creating a hierarchy where there's a group now, or they're not grouped together in any way. It's really just organizational. You can rename them, you can color them, you can do a bunch of stuff. Clean up that big, giant sequencer that you can get yourself into sometimes. Sorry. Use subsequences. So you can create a level sequence, and then you can create other level sequences, and you can drag them into the level sequence, and those are subsequences. So here I just created a subsequence track, and I'm grabbing these 3 level sequences that I made. One has the animation in it, one has the cameras in it, and the other has lighting in it. So if you think about the power of that, you can have multiple departments working on the same shot at the same time because they all have their own container of data. It could be Someone is working just on cameras, someone is working just on lights and effects, someone is working on characters. You can split that up however you want, however you're comfortable. It's really powerful. You can nest many levels deep subsequences, so I would encourage you to play with them if you have not. They're pretty powerful. Yeah, this is more on subsequences. So once you have them separated like that, all you do is double click on one of those bars and it takes you into that container of data. So in this case, I went into the animation one and I just started to animate. And now when I'm working and I hit save, it saves just my one level sequence, but it updates up the tree, up into the rest of the shot. Posing tricks, so there's several of these. These are just ones I called out. You can switch between world space and local space being in the direction that something is oriented. And it's just the way you're manipulating the viewport. We're looking to add a third one soon, which will be parent space. And I guarantee you the animators are going to be in that space probably 95 to 100% of the time. You can indirectly manipulate something, and what I mean by that is you don't have to click on the manipulator to drag it a certain way. You can hold down the control key, and then if you use left mouse button, you can click anywhere in the screen and it will move in that direction, X only, Y only, Z only. We're also looking to improve this in the future, where we're going to add full indirect support for screen space and the arc ball. You can move the camera while you're posing. We added this in 5.3. It worked on props before, but it never worked on character controls, so I think it's a cool feature. If you hold down shift while you're posing, your camera will slide with that object. This was the recording mouse thing, so it just shows it in progress. You can see it's painting keyframes, essentially. You just grab the manipulator you want, and you hit play. You have to make sure auto key is on, and you have to make sure you have a keyframe. And once you do that, you just hit play. So the default for playing in the viewport is shift spacebar. I've rebound mine to spacebar just because spacebar is, I'm always playing and stopping. But it's that viewport playback. That one of the things I mentioned earlier is one of the hotkeys. So yeah, you can record your mouse. I use this one a lot. It's just a really fast way to get some decent kind of puppeted motion. Track filters. So this one is really important. I have it hotkeyed. This one toggles between all the controls and then just showing you the control that you have selected. So a lot of other applications out there, your timeline will only show you keyframes on what you have selected. This is how you get into that. And that also works in the curve editor. So if you have that on, it will only show you the curves of the selected control. Sorry. Okay. Additive sections. So these are essentially animation layers. You click on that little plus sign and you say additive, and you'll see now there's like a second cardboard box control rig. That is now an additive layer. You can't really see it here, but it would say additive next to it, and there's a green bar around it, which I get to in my next slide. Here, that green bar is showing you what is the active layer. So what layer are you animating in? Section. So it's really powerful because it's essentially animation layers if you've been looking for those. How do you change which section you're keyframing? You right-click on them and you say key this section. That's what you do right now. And that green bar then will go around that new section, so you always know which section you're keyframing in. Sections, you can also reduce the controls in there. So if you do add an additive section, it's a full set of all of the controls. But you might not want that. You might only want one control, like the flap. So I just select it, I right-click, and I say set from selected controls, and it hides all the other controls. They're not only hidden, they don't evaluate. So keep that in mind, because if you've done some animation already and then you've isolated down to just this one control, all those other things you animated won't animate. But you can use it to create layers as you wish. You can have one just on the head, you can have one on the arms, you can have one on the fingers, whatever you want to do. I don't tend to create too many layers in my workflow, but you can. How do you collapse them? So this is like flattening layers in Photoshop. It would be that same concept. It would just bake them back down together into one layer. In 5.3, we introduced a bunch of new stuff, which I'll get to later. You maybe saw it there. You can now bake to keys only, so you don't have to bake every frame every time you do this kind of operation. Snap time to selection, I use this one all the time. It is what it says, so it's just an option there. You can hotkey it. It just takes you to the frame of the key that you have selected. So if I select a key on frame 30, it'll take me there. If I select a key on frame 60, it'll take me there. Sometimes you want it. I mean, usually I use it probably 90% of the time. Sometimes if I want to manipulate something but stay on a frame, I'll just disable it. So again, you can hotkey that. Tween tools. So I think I mentioned this last year that they now work on more than just character controls. Now they work on props and objects and cameras and any lights, anything you're animating now, you can use them on. You can also use them on selected keys in your curve editor, which is really powerful. So I can narrow it down to just the TX keys and just these 10 keys, and then I can use those sliders to manipulate them. So we have 3 right now. We have the tween tool, we have blend neighbor, so it blends towards the previous or the next keyframe, and then push pull, which kind of blends towards an interpolated value between the previous key and the next key. It's really, that one is really powerful. The push pull and blend neighbor are probably my most used ones for sure. We are looking to add more of these as well for the next release. Buffer curves, some people might know this exists. You select a curve, you right click, you say buffer curve. This, you see that little grade curve? It's kind of create a snapshot of the current state. You can then animate and delete keys and do a bunch of stuff, and then you can swap back and forth between your old curve and your new curve. You could do this on a whole character if you wanted to, just kind of snapshot a moment in time because you might want to try something. Maybe I've done a hand gesture like this, and I just want to try a more flourishy kind of hand gesture like that. But you're not sure about it, so you can try it, and then you can toggle back and forth, and you can see both motions just kind of flipping back and forth until you decide which one you want to keep, and then you can just clear the buffer if you want. That can also be hotkeyed, by the way. Baking keys, so you can select some keys, you go to that curve filter, you go to bake, you can say, I want to bake this on 4s. So those keys within that selected area will now be baked on 4s. So you might want to take animation that's nice and smooth and put it into step mode, kind of like Spider-Verse, cartoony kind of stuff. That's where you can bake stuff down to 2s, 4s, 8s, whatever you want to do, and then you can change the curve type from there. There's also, you'll see there's Euler filters in there, there's Fourier transforms, which is kind of a smoothing operation, and then simplify, which is a way to kind of quickly reduce mocap data or something down to a more manageable kind of set. I prefer to do a lot of that by hand just because I want to control where my keyframes are, but you can definitely try this stuff. You can link your pan and zoom across your curve editor and your sequencer. I really like this one, so it's just an option in that gear. Link curve editor time range, so now you'll notice when I'm panning and zooming, it's doing it in both views. So if you like to have all your keys lined up in your sequencer and your curve editor, you might have this at full screen on one monitor, you can definitely do that. Game mode, so game mode you can use, it's just the G hotkey and it's per viewport. So you might want a nice clean viewport with just your beautiful looking kind of end result, and then you have another working viewport where maybe you have the lighting turned off and you just have the controls on. So you can just use game mode to kind of quickly make a nice clean viewport. And again, it's per viewport, so you choose where you want that. Sprites, so sprites could be like lights, those things that are kind of a 2D kind of image. You can just hide all, and it'll hide all that stuff. So you'll notice the character controls and everything are still there, but it hides a lot of that kind of clutter that might be come from a lot of other things that might be in your scene. Hide items on startup. So this one I didn't know about for a while, and I learned about it. It's a really cool one. In the outliner, you can select a bunch of objects, go to visibility, and say hide selected at startup. Meaning next time you come in the scene, those objects will be hidden for you. So if you have a huge scene and you want to just narrow it down to the character, a car, and a ground plane, you can turn everything else off, and it will come, every time you come in there, those will be hidden until you toggle them back and clear that setting in here. It's really a useful one. If you want to toggle the visibility per character, there's a few ways you can do it. In the anim outliner, there's a little eyeball next to it, and that's toggling the visibility of the controls. So you can see I have the mannequin in the cardboard box here. If I collapse it up and I can use this kind of just to toggle the visibility controls. The T hotkey in the viewport will do the same thing. So if I have a control selected on the cardboard box and I hit T, it will hide the cardboard box controls. If I have a a control on the mannequin and I hit T, it will toggle the mannequin's controls on and off. You might toggle it off and then you can't select them again. So if you need to, you might have to go back to the anim outliner to turn it back on because it is based on selection. So, or you can just select a control somewhere and then toggle it. Importing video reference. This is as easy as dragging and dropping into your content browser. You can take a video, drag it into a directory in your scene, and then you can drag that into your viewport. I just hit this little reload button, and now video will play in your viewport. So you don't have to create an image plane and a texture and do all this stuff. You literally drag and drop video. You can then drag that object from your outliner into your sequencer, and now it is it's frame specific. So before it would have just been looping video, but if you want to actually, be on a certain, like frame by framing through video reference while you're animating, you would just drag that video reference you created into your viewport, and it comes in as a media track. You could import motion directly into your control rig. So if you're familiar with this workflow, you might be using clips and then you bake it to your control rig. Well, you don't always have to do that. If you know you're going to animate with a control rig with that motion, you can literally just right-click on the section that you want to pull that motion in, and then choose one of those clips, and it does the bake for you. So it's a quick way to kind of get motion into an editable state where you might want to animate it. Okay, let's move on to dragons and robots. So where am I going from here? Live demo. I'm going to demo animating this dragon, but so you are aware, this was done in UEFN, Unreal Editor for Fortnite. I animated that dragon all in UEFN. I also animated the robot all in UEFN, so I will show you that in a second. That is the island code if you want to play it, and you can see the dragon in Fortnite. So you go to Fortnite, enter code, whatever it is, how you get to an island, and that will take you into that experience. It's a beautiful map that was built by some of our guys, and then the dragon's kind of in and out, different parts of it. So if you want to experience hanging out with it, you can do that. So all these rigs that I've been showing you, except for the robot that I'll show you next, are in the control rig samples pack. So if you go to this QR code, it'll take you to where you can download that. There is the cardboard box, there's Manny, there's a female and male version of this kind of Iron Man looking character. There is the dragon, and there's a giant mech robot as well. So things you can play with, not only that you can use, but you can also study how they were made, how are the control rigs put together. So there's a lot of great examples in there. That is time for the dragon. Okay. Sorry, just trying to remember where I'm at. Okay, so you can see this. I'm gonna close this. Okay, so I have my scene here. I'm in version 5.3.1, which is our latest release. I'm going to add the dragon, so I'm just going to drag it into here, drag in the dragon. And now I have my character, and this is the one that's available, and it has a lot of really cool stuff, which I'm going to show you. If any of you went to Chase Cooper's talk yesterday, he talked through how he made this. He rigged this for us. It's a really fun character, and it's a really gorgeous model, too. It even has face controls and stuff, too. So I'm just going to, let's just make the scene a little bit pretty. I'm just going to check my time. I think I'm okay. I'm going to add a point light. I'm going to hide the other lights that are in here right now. Because why not? We're in a real-time environment. I'm going to copy that over. It's pretty awesome how you can make things look really good really easily. Let's just make this one a little warmer. Let's make it a little brighter. And let's make the other one a little cooler. I'm not a lighter, so. I just want to make it cooler looking. Okay. Let's move this around a little bit. So you can see here I'm using that indirect mode. So even though the light is away from where I don't have to go and grab it. I can just control and left mouse button, move it in one direction, control right mouse button, move it in another direction. So this is why that indirect mode is really super useful. So let's just do something like that, maybe. He looks pretty cool. Okay, so I don't know what I'm going to animate. Let's just animate him coming out of the darkness or something. So I'm going to use that mouse mocap thing just because it's a quick way to get something fast. Otherwise, you don't want to sit here and watch me animate. It's kind of boring. Okay, so I'm going to grab this manipulator, show you how this works. I make sure auto keyframe is on. I have a keyframe. I'm going to grab the manipulator, and I'm going to hit play, and I'm going to just puppet him kind of looking around. So now I've animated him looking around just in a few seconds, and I could undo that and try again, just kind of iterate on it. So really, really fast, and then I'm going to take the dragon itself and animate the transform of it, just moving from here to, let's say, here. Okay? Oop, that didn't do it. Hold on. There we go. And lastly, let's just throw in a camera, because we can. Where are you coming in? Here. And let's just adjust the aperture, and let's just adjust the focus a little bit. Okay. So now, just in a few minutes, we've created a little dragon coming out of the darkness. And you know, I could keep going if I have time. I have time. I'm going to select his jaw, and I'm going to close it a little bit. He's got some pretty cool facial animation. Well, not much. He's got a mouth and eyelids. So I can do this, and maybe one more roar. Okay, cool. Let's do another one, because we still have time. Let me hide that. Dragon. Delete a bunch of this stuff. What can I do? Well, I can just leave it there. I want to show a, where are you here? Sorry, he's still moving, okay. So I'm going to leave him here. I'm going to hop out of the camera. So Shift-C takes you in and out of the camera. So I use this one a lot as well, because if you're working on a scene, you're in a camera, Shift-C will just pop you right out of it, and then you can keep working. So I'm going to show you another cool feature in this rig, which is pretty awesome, that Chase added, where it's kind of this simulation stuff going on. So I'm going to keyframe everything. I'm going to go to the anim details over here, and turn on this thing called dynamics. So when I turn this on, you'll notice that there's a new box that appeared around his head. I'm going to turn on body stretchy and tail stretchy, just because it's just like stretching kind of curve stuff. And now you'll see when I pull on this control, you can see what happens for free just by moving his head around, which is pretty awesome. So let's make him fly. And I'm going to, again, do this mouse mocap thing, because why not? I can. So I'm going to grab the manipulator, I'm going to hit play, and I'm just going to do this like little figure 8. And all that animation I had done before is also still in there. Oh, you know what? I didn't keyframe it. Hold on. That's why it didn't record. Wrong control. That control. So that should have worked. Yeah. So now it recorded that, which is pretty awesome. And now I can make him move again. Let's make him move forward a little bit. So that's not it, that one. So do this. And then lastly, I'm going to do one last thing. I'm going to take my camera, and I'm going to instead put the camera back behind him, like this. And I'm going to constrain the camera to the dragon, but only positionally, so it's not going to follow any orientation. So I'm going to go camera, translation only. I'm going to just follow his chest, So now it didn't work. Hold on. Why didn't it work? I did something bad. What did I do? Sorry. Let's try that keyframe. This worked last time I tried it, I swear. It's always live. It's not working. It doesn't like that for some reason. I will try. Do what? Slant the camera? Oh, select the camera, sorry. You know what? You're absolutely right. Translation. Yes, thank you. So now we just made a little scene of flying on the back of a dragon in 5 minutes or so. Right? So it's a really powerful rig. It's pretty awesome. It's very procedural in the way that he rigged it, so there's a lot of cool stuff to learn. If you didn't see his talk, it was recorded. You definitely should do that. So, okay, back to slides. So this guy. So I animated this guy for the GDC demo. We got together, a bunch of us, with the special projects group within Epic, and we were asked to push UEFN to its limits. Like, do something really cool in UEFN. So we were like, okay. None of us had used it yet, and we wanted to, so we hopped in there. We quickly saw that most of the tools we wanted, at least for the rigging side and the animation side, the sequencer, the curve editor, the constraints, all that stuff was in there. And it is in there. So it's pretty much in parity with the editor as far as I want to get a character and I want to animate it. It's all in there. So this is kind of what it looks like, that awesome map that they had built just in different lighting setups. I turned off, I mean, when you go to final pixels like this and it looks this cool, I feel like I was animating in a Transformers movie. I was inside of a movie, and I turned on the control rig and I'm posing it. It's pretty awesome. It's really where I started getting that taste of, I'm now an animator, I'm animating in final pixels. I could be screening this film tomorrow and I could still be animating in the final look. And that's where it gets pretty awesome. So these are just some little tests that I had done. I took some of the content from there, and not only final pixels of lighting and everything, but camera lenses, effects, sound, music, audio, wherever stage you're at, you can just keep working like this, right? I can iterate on this. Yeah, of course, you're not gonna always wanna look with depth of field, blurring your vision and stuff, but if you're kind of fine-tuning the final look of something, you might want to. You might just want to adjust something because it's blurry and hard to see, so you want to kind of push a pose a little bit, make a clearer silhouette on something. Pretty awesome. So this was just the demo, that part of it. If you haven't seen it in our GDC demo last year, I'm just showing you. This was me playing it like maybe 3 days before the live demo. So this is not the multiplayer that we showed. It is. I mean, it was very. People didn't realize it was actually fully playable. We didn't release it just because we had done so much on the things that probably aren't the right way to do it. We did the whole project in 8 weeks, so we scrambled and rushed to get it done. But it was a really great team, and it was a blast to work on. So we did cinematics, and we used subsequences, and we did all those things that I was showing you earlier. All those tools are in there. We then transitioned smoothly into wherever the player was. That was all kind of dynamic. And then we had set it up like triggers. So you'll see this is played differently than the demo because this was me playing it and I'm testing out the animation. We set it up so you have to destroy part of his chest while you're in this area of the map. So now I destroyed it and it triggers the next layer, which is him jumping towards you and clearing your cover. And then we had another trigger over here by the stairs. So as you run up the stairs, he starts triggering and firing at you over here. Trigger another big explosion. Trigger another level sequence around here where a helicopter swoops in. And this was to distract him away from you as a player. We were hoping to get you down here to the bottom because for the last stage we wanted, then you have to destroy the other part of his chest. So I'm just walking you through kind of how we built it. And that destroys that chest, and now he gets enraged and goes into this missile strike mode where he just shifts back and thrusts himself up and launches this giant missile attack. Another trigger over here launching you up into the final area where he's shooting at you here. We grab the weapon, and you'll see I missed the rocket at first, and then I shot a second time and interrupted him, and he goes into his final animation, which is the death. Amazing artist, amazing team. Really, really a fun project to work on. I hope to bring this guy to life more because it was just so much fun. This is just a couple little animation tests I did after. It was similar to the one I showed before, just kind of a different view. I put kind of the thruster effects in there. And me as an animator, I could just copy and paste effects from shot to shot, and I was constraining them to the elements of the robot and just doing it all within the sequencer. This one I did a couple weeks ago, actually. I was testing some of the new features, and I was like, I'm just going to add a couple lights that are flashing and play with cameras. And again, it's just so awesome as an animator to be able to do final look filmmaking really, really quickly and easily. Animation, so 5.3, what is new? I wanted to cover this a little bit. These are some of the things that are new. We did a lot more than this, but these are some of the ones that I just wanted to call out. We have a whole new curve editor tangent type. So we always had these auto tangents, meaning if I grab a key and I move it up here, it will flatten, because it'll just flatten your motion. So for those of you who are familiar with that. But the problem with it, if you have a keyframe here, and you add a key in the middle, it would always create a little wobble. So we now have a smart auto tangent, which still is a smart tangent, but now is a much cleaner in between. So just using that curve will give you smoother motion. It really, really does. So we had to make a new curve type for that because we didn't want to break anything that's already been done. If you were expecting those glitches in your movement that were in there before, we didn't just want to give a new version that changed your motion on you. So that's why it's a new icon there. It's all the way to the left in the top. Some other quality of life fixes in the curve editor. You can now zoom and pan while you're in normalized mode. So normalized mode is just one of the view options of your curves. You might have motion that just has really small values and then other motion that has big values. Sometimes it's hard to see the keyframes of that small motion. So normalized mode will normalize all those curves to the top and bottom extents of your curve editor. So you couldn't zoom and pan in there though before, so now you can do that, which is cool. We've improved selection, so around marquee selection of keyframes. It could be pretty, at times it was difficult. It would select keys you didn't really expect it to, so we kind of tuned up the selection mechanism in there. That's quite a bit better. There was a bug before where when you would zoom out, like you'd zoom out of your curve editor a little bit and you'd select another control, it was always resetting the zoom level, so now it maintains that. So if you zoomed in really close and you select something else, it's still zoomed in really close. It's up to you to zoom out. There is also an auto frame option, so if you want it to always auto frame, you can turn that on. There's also a way now to show and hide constraints and spaces. So sometimes you have a lot of constraints in your scene. It was just kind of cluttering up the view of your curves. So we have a way now to turn that stuff on and off. Smart baking, this is the one I alluded to earlier. Before you could only bake things on every frame. Now you can bake on every frame but choose increments. So I might want to only do on 2s or 4s or 8s, like I showed in the baking. You can also use keys only, which is pretty awesome. So if you have 5 keyframes on layer 1, 10 keyframes on layer 2, and you bake them together, now it's the combination of those 2 layers, and those are the only keys. You don't have to bake all your frames. And that's true for the snapper tool, the constraint baking, the section collapsing, baking transforms, and also the space switching tools. They all have those options now. We have improved the manipulators a bit. So we have an improved arc ball, which is the way that it feels and you manipulate it. Also an improved selection system with those manipulators, the gizmos. We are doing a lot with the gizmos for the next release, and I'm really excited about that because they've been not great, in my opinion. But we recently have released a public roadmap, so this is new for us. We have not done this before. We just did it Saturday or Sunday? Sunday, I think. And this will give you a glimpse into what we're working on. So before we would release the roadmap just a few days before the engine released, and then it's kind of hard to pivot and make any adjustments to maybe some feedback that you guys would have on these things that we're working on. So go there. There's a way to add comments of what's important to you. you can give us a, oh my God, I've been wanting this, or why are you working on that? That's a terrible idea. But there's a lot of really cool stuff in there. I think you'll be really happy to see, not only on the control rig and rigging side, but also on the animation tool side, and just dealing with clips and control rigs and the manipulators. And so there's a lot of stuff there. On that note, there's 3 minutes left. I am done with my slides. So that's it. I don't know if we have time for a lot of questions, but if anyone has any questions, you can go for it.
show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go, 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 go. On your mark, get ready, set, go, 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 go. On that jump, that get up and go, 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 go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go.
my name is Chris Murphy. I am a senior technical artist for Epic Games. I handle Unreal Engine, generally within Australia, New Zealand, and Southeast Asia, a lot of folks in that part of the world. And today we're going to be discussing building bigger and the workflow changes from building a scene to building a world. So this is a interesting session that's really building off of a lot of stuff that's come in with UE5 that I think a lot of people have looked at and like kind of nodded at and been like, I should learn that at some point, and then haven't necessarily dived deeply into yet. But throughout this session, I'll do my best to explain some of the main technologies that you need to be aware of and some of the best practices and things to keep in mind along the way. So who should be in this room? Really, where I've kind of tried to place this is folks that can already build a scene, but they're looking to build something bigger. And when I say bigger, I mean much, much bigger. It's worth noting that Unreal increased the maximum world size to 88 million kilometers. Don't ask me to put that in miles. So it really has substantially larger support for worlds now. And if you've got someone on the team, I want to flag that, like, if they're not in the room, you should tell them, and that I'm a little sad that they're not here. But let's have a look at what we're covering. So we're going to be looking through building the world, stuff to be aware of on that front. We're going to go through file contention and project management, because nothing says a good time like covering that topic. No, it is really important, and it is a big part of building worlds. I think if we were to just kind of come into this and talk about the tool sets for putting things in the scene, we'd really be doing an injustice to the content that we need to cover here. We're going to be going through things that you can do offline, so that'll be like your HLODs and such. And as well as that, other callouts, and a little bit of a discussion of some of the things in the future. So we're going to start with the topic of building the world and what we cover here. I'll step through world partition, data layers, level instances, packed level actors, and scene outlier nuances that you should be aware of. Now, a big part of this presentation is centering around this concept of world partition. So world partition is an automatic data management system that we have within UE5. I'm sure there's a much fancier way for me to describe it, but the important things that you need to know is this. World partition breaks your world into a giant grid. When it breaks that world into a grid, as you move around the grid, you can see on this image there's a circle in the middle. That's called a loading radius. And how this works is when you're part of this grid, everything is broken up and it figures out what's in each cell. And depending on your distance or your loading radius to that cell, it says, yes, I should bring you into memory, or no, I should not, okay? So it's just kind of bringing more of the world in as it sees fit. And as you walk past an area, it'll be like, nah, don't need you, and it'll unload those areas as well, okay? Now, it sounds like an oversimplification, and I'm sure I've done injustice to some engineers in the process, but that's the part that you really need to know from a development standpoint. That it is essentially just an automatic streaming system that's being handled as a grid. Here's the stuff that you need to know, though. First off, awkwardly, my first thing to discuss is when you shouldn't use world partition. Because world partition for building big worlds, right? But if I was to get up here and tell you that you should use it in every project, I feel like that would be a bad idea. Because the truth is like there is some extra overhead, there is some extra management, there's extra stuff that you need to consider in the process. And if your world is getting by with standard level streaming in certain situations, if you're building something that can be completely encapsulated inside of a single level, you know, like if I was to build, I feel like it's gonna be a sore spot if I say this, but if I was to build another Unreal tournament, all of those levels in your classic UT environment are like tight and contained, you know. So in those kind of situations, you wouldn't really necessarily look at something like world partition. But if you are building something bigger, if you are building something that is a larger open world, that's when you need to start considering world partition. And world partition is enabled in the default map that you see in Unreal. So if you launch UE5, throw my badge around. If you launch UE5, that big landscape that you initially see is already set up for world partition and open world building. And that has a lot of defaults that are actually really solid. So let's look through some of the best practices and things to keep in mind when setting up a world partition environment. The first up is grid setup callouts. So before I showed you that there was a grid, you can have multiple grids. I'll get into that in a moment. But whenever you are beginning a project, start production with a single grid and try to work with that as best as you can. Next up, your grid size and loading range should really be based on gameplay physics and actor count requirements that you're going to have. Because as I said before, it's breaking everything into a big grid, right? Now, because of that, it's really important, if you can do it, I strongly recommend trying to design your world in such a way that similar actors are going to be tried to be placed within grid cells that make sense. Like, the difference that you can make to your streaming system if a town is potentially moved 10 meters to the left can actually be pretty substantial. So when you are actually planning out your space, looking at what size your grid is going to be and what kind of things you need to consider there is pretty important and does have benefits. Like, at the end of the day, like, space can be your friend, so use it wisely and creatively where you can. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, the open world example map grid defaults are pretty good. So if you want to see some numbers that kind of we feel make sense, those are the defaults that are used in Fortnite. So from multiple grids, what can we do here? Well, actors can be placed in secondary grids. So you can see here that we have one grid up top, and then if we would create another down here, that secondary grid, we can kind of move its origin if need be. And in addition to shifting its origin, we can kind of set a different kind of color and a different size to it so we can see it. But you might want to actually place things into separate grids in certain situations. And there are kind of like specific situations where this makes sense. So a good example of this is diverging content densities. So if you were to have a big open map for the most part, and every now and then you're going to have little towns within it, but the rest of the map is kind of barren, it would make sense to have one grid that was big pieces, big tiles, and then your secondary grid is what you would throw any of your props and things like that for within the town. So when you get to the town, you could have a lot of grid cells that are kind of coupled together with one another, but whenever you get into those big barren areas, you're kind of loading in just large chunks at a time and you're not handling it that way. So like, that's a good example. Another good example is actually when you potentially are going to need an origin shift, because remember in the previous slide, I said, hey, it's a good idea for you to consider how your environment is laid out and what that's going to look like with where your towns are based. Well, look, at the end of the day, if it makes sense to you, then there's a chance that having the origin shifted for a separate grid so that certain towns or certain environments are offset might be the better thing that stops you and your art director from butting heads too much with optimization versus the desired output there. And as well as that, you can look at splitting sub-object out into a unique layer, as that can result in cleaner/faster streaming. So potentially having one grid with like foliage and small props, so that foliage and small props are actually only getting loaded in at close range, but you start loading in buildings and other larger scale actors at a slightly different range. You know what I mean? So if you did want to decouple it that way, that may make sense for certain projects too. So one thing that I want to flag here is that each cell of a grid containing at least one actor produces a streaming level. So as long as there is one thing that belongs in that grid, if it's in a cell, it will create a streaming level. And a streaming level was also created for each unique runtime data layer combination of actors in that grid cell. I'll get into data layers in a bit. This is an awkward topic where I have to keep referencing stuff we haven't gotten into yet, but just keep that in your mind. The next thing I want to flag is streaming source components. So by default, player controllers have what is called a streaming source component. And all that does is it says, hey, this is where I am in the world. And given where I am in the world, these are the grid cells that I should be loading in. Okay, so it looks at the range, figures out where you are, brings that stuff in. But that's a problem if you're going to be doing something like teleporting, right? Because if you're about to teleport to somewhere, then you need to have kind of preloaded that environment in. So our general advice is if you are doing something like teleporting a player between locations or quick travel or even playing a cinematic in a different location, it's a good idea for you to have something that you've added a streaming source component to and loading that in just a few seconds before you need to go there to kind of handle that pre-streaming of the environment until the player's gone through and kind of handled that. Next thing I want to flag is in the top right here, if we right-click on that and we click on this Make Current Folder button, This will ensure that changes are made in the right place. I wanted to do a bit of a call out because when you are building large worlds, this is really important. But now whenever I add a spotlight or I add new meshes to the world, notice that they're all automatically being put in the correct folder for me. I bring this up because with world partition, we're using a lot of one file per actor, which means things aren't being split out in quite the same way that they used to with UE4, which means folder structures are more important than ever. So I really wanted to do this call out of just making sure people are aware of that make current button, because it's really simple, but it makes your life a lot easier. It's also worth noting that you can do make current on folders, data layers, and level instances as well. So next up is location volumes. So in this scenario, we have the mini map that's generated down the bottom right, and I've created a location volume. I've just literally gone create, add location volume, and you can see that inside the world, I'm able to get this, and I'm able to name it whatever. I think I called it something silly. Yep, Coolsville. Okay, so we've added the Coolsville over here, and it won't appear until I save the map, but once it's been saved one time, this will now put Coolsville on the map over here, and I'm able to right-click on that and load that content in. Now, a thing to note here is that in-game, when you walk around, Unreal figures out what you should and shouldn't see, okay? So as you're moving around, it's like, yes to this, no to that, yes to this, no to that. When you're in Editor, you don't have that same power. So when you're in Editor, you actually need to specifically say, I care about this region right now, don't bother showing me the rest of it, this is the area that I want to work. And anything that is not spatially loaded will continue to display. So that'll be like your lights, like your directional lights and your fog and those kind of things are generally not spatially loaded. They don't care about what grid cell you're in. The sun always exists. But the rest of it does need to be managed from an editor perspective of like loading things in. And a lot of people just kind of roll with the whole dragging your mouse over it and hitting load in this general area. But having this location set up makes it a little bit easier to manage. And in addition to that, it is the start of a bookmarking system that we'll be ideally introducing in the future, which will ideally cache like camera positions, data layers, regions, and a whole bunch of other stuff, but not yet, so spoiler alert, sorry. The next thing I want to flag is find someone that can be your streaming/content champion within the team. Having someone that actually has the responsibility of managing the grid and managing what that large scale world looks like is really useful. It's really important. It means that everyone will stay on track and they're just going to point out the minor stuff every now and then of like, do we need another grid for this? Or could this be moved over slightly? Is this going to be performant, et cetera, et cetera. It's a really important thing to keep in mind. And it's not a traditional role that we've really had to have. So I want to, really just flag that with folks that that's incredibly important. The next thing that I want to go through is some folks may be unaware of it, but Unreal Engine does have a replay system built into it. And if you are taking advantage of the replay system, cool part of that is that you can do replay comparisons for repeatable walkthroughs of your environment, which means that you're able to kind of see, hey, what's the hitching like for today versus yesterday? Which environments are potentially having trouble? How do we need to manage all of this? Ideally, you're going to be pushing these off nightly, and you're going to be running them. And getting those results in the morning. A couple of hotkeys for you because I love hotkeys. Shift drag will snap your selection to the current grid size. Double left click will move the camera to the clicked location in all viewports. Shift double click will do pi at the clicked location. So if you shift double click on the mini map, you got that. Control double click will load around the clicked location. Middle click and drag will show a measuring tool, the one that you see in the orthographic. And checking follow in pi will mean that as you move around, the mini map in your editor will adjust to wherever you just were in pi. So let's look at data layers as the next topic. So in the olden days, and by that I mean UE4, we had layers, and most folks were kind of aware of how layers worked. Layers, generally, when people were working with them, were kind of just sub-levels that were storing all of the VFX stuff, or all of the gameplay-specific stuff, or maybe sounds, or whatever, okay? So like, we'd be kind of breaking it out that way. And it made sense, and there was some kind of like there are some advantages to that for sure that people got used to, and like some strange ones. Like it helped people kind of stay in their lane. They knew that they could do whatever they wanted because they were in charge of the audio level, like of this specific area. That was their domain, and they could not touch anything else. And that was useful, but with one file per actor, the need of keeping people in their lanes so strictly wasn't really as necessary. And because of that, a more advanced system has kind of come in, which is what we call data layers, and it's a little bit more nuanced. So data layers work like this. They contain a list of references to actors. They can be parented to other data layers. Unlike the old layer system, an actor can exist in multiple data layers. So I can have a data layer that has, like this actor can be in this data layer and this layer and this layer. And as long as any of them are turned on, it will be visible, okay? It can be split into either editor only or runtime data layers, which is kind of just the difference between, is this a way for you to organize content, or is this something that you want to have for the sake of in-game, you're saying activate this data layer, and it'll bring all of that content in, okay? Now, I want to flag that using data layers as a substitute for layers is a little bit of a trap, because like, you can use them in many flexible ways, and if you go ahead and just use data layers in the way that you were using layers, which is to say, hey, this content is for this person and this content is for this person, stuff can sneak between them, and they're not really built to be used as so explicitly in the same way, and understanding that early on is pretty important. Now, leveraging one file per actor means you can use data layers for targeted specific needs. So you can use data layers for debug data, for indoor and outdoor separations, for multi-layered worlds. In the clip you saw before, they were being used to bring in the rooftops, for instance, of the city. Now, let's have a look at some data layer examples, like when would we want them? So mission objectives, events, world alterations. In regards to cinematics, you might have them for specific shots with custom setups, preloading different states so that your content is loaded when playback starts back in the game, and also developing future content, because if all of the future content of like a big cataclysmic event that will occur in your game down the road is being developed inside of a data layer, it helps you control all of that stuff and kind of wrap it up, and it can still be referencing other things in other data layers without you having to like really separate them out. A couple of gotchas to be aware of. First one is that loading an entirely new environment through a data layer is the equivalent of loading a new level. So there can be a hitch in that kind of situation. Like this can be fully acceptable if the time to load such like an amount of content is planned out and it works for your project. But if you start having incredibly dense data layers and world partition cells that are quite large, you're going to be loading in a whole lot of stuff in one go. So considering like, hey, if we're going to have super high density stuff, we may need to do that more often so that we're loading in less stuff at one time can be a good solution for that kind of situation. And that's where I was talking before about that multi-grid approach and where that kind of thing might be useful. So what does this look like in practice? And I've tried to do this for quite a few things in this session. It's like, actually, how are we using these things? I don't want to just give you a vibe. So Fortnite Chapter 4 had 4 specific to the lobby and startup island, and it had 1 per event and season change. Electric Dreams, the GDC demo, used 7 data layers, and they were all used for just iconic areas around the environment to look at. Matrix Awakens used them way more aggressively. 35 runtime data layers, 21 editor data layers. They were used for cinematics and gameplay content, as well as being used for assets on the rooftops and below the highway. And that means that when the players were going to be like beneath those areas, we could kind of like get rid of them and unload all of that data and keep things as efficient as possible. So I think this slide hurt one of the folks on the world partition team a little bit when he saw it, because he did the middle one. The reason I'm putting the smiley faces on the left and the right one is they were very much using data layers for broader things, whereas that middle one was still very much using them for the old layering system. You know, it was very much saying this is the data layer for this area, and this is a data layer for this area. But it wasn't really being used for a specific data layer purpose. It was being used for kind of mental mapping of those areas. And that could arguably have been done with something like folder structures or something like that, or even location volumes. That said, when he did see this slide, he did point out that it had an additional data layer that was being used for marketing shots so that like extra high quality stuff could be turned on and extra effects and stuff were put in. So I made it slightly happier in my revision. A couple of useful data layer commands. Dump data layers dumps the list of data layers and their runtime state in the log. Debug filter by data layer is used to filter which data layer is visible in the runtime hash, the little debug display that you can get up and running. Set data layer runtime state will force a data layer to a specific state, which is really handy. And that's similar to toggling the data layer activation, which is, and then finally toggle draw data layers as well, which just shows a list of all of the data layers that are currently loaded and what their states are and the information about that. So this is really handy if you're debugging stuff as well, because you can just casually type in a console command and bring in a very specific data layer, and it will bring in all of the content for that. And you can use that for handy debugging purposes, for instance. Like you could have a cheat code for your map that literally brings in a bunch of extra keys or helpful gizmos or whatever. I'm sure you can think of a bunch of times where you might be like, hey, that's actually useful to have as a secondary thing. Next topic I want to go through is level instances. So level instances in Unreal, we can see here that we have a whole bunch of assets, right? But if you right-click on them and hit New Level Instance, what this will actually do is it will save all of those assets as a level. And you can see that level instance here. Now, if you were to click on that level, it's now something that you can duplicate, and it will kind of move them all around as like a batch. But they're an instance batch, so if you were to go to one of these and hit Control-E, it will actually go into edit mode, and anything I do here is now modifying just that level instance. And any change that I make, say moving that one bush, I think the word level instance is going to be over the top of it, actually, in hindsight, but you should see it in just a moment. So we go through there, we hit exit, yes, and you can't really see it, but the bush has now appeared in the other instance as well. Okay? So again, to do that, you can click on a level instance at any stage and hit Control-E. And when you hit Control-E, it's now editable, and you press Escape to kind of tap out. So it's worth noting that some actors, depending on whether you're running one file per actor or not, is going to actually switch between whether you've got embedded mode or level streaming mode. If you have got one file per actor working in world partition, basically the levels are loaded in such a way that they're not going to have their world settings loaded in. They're kind of just going to be a bundle of actors that are kind of instanced within that level. Whereas if you are using the older streaming mode, then those things are going to still be all of the weight with all of the extra stuff and the level blueprints and stuff included in them. So there's another type of level instance that we have, which is called a packed level actor. So a packed level actor is a level instance that only contains static meshes. So if you're pretty confident that you're going to make a sub-level with stuff that is just static meshes, a packed level actor saves it out as a level, and then it actually creates a blueprint, and the blueprint has all of those assets as instances. So it actually goes and creates a more efficient, quicker way to render all of the stuff in there as like a nice little bundled instance, like series of instance static meshes. And then literally to create it is just the act of clicking the one beneath level instance, which is packed level actor. So that is a blueprint that references a level, and then but it converts all of that level's content to static meshes. So again, you don't want to do that if you have anything that isn't static meshes in that scene, but it's useful to know. And it's also worth noting that you can combine packed level actors. So in this scene, the fern over here is a packed level actor. So I can open up the level inside of the level, and then you can see, sorry, it's a little darker than expected on this projector. I swear that was more visible. This is now a series of components in here. Each of those like fern bits is actually their own little mesh that's getting instanced a whole bunch of times. And then that can sit within the other actor itself. Another thing to flag here is that you can break level instances into their base actors. So that is a full level instance, but if we go down here and click break, it'll give you a big warning because you can't really go back on this, but it will get that one instance and convert it into a whole bunch of meshes. Okay, so it'll get everything that's in that level, rip it out, and put them in that same location as completely modifiable. A useful part of this is this means that you can use level instances as starting points for certain kinds of content. Like if you know you're going to have a default shed layout that might change, or a barn or something, You might be using that differently in a whole lot of environments where you're going to change the walls around a little bit, but it still gives you a nice starting point where I can drop in a barn that I've already made and then break it and then start to tinker with it and pull down pillars as required and change doorways and whatever else. So it's a pretty useful technique to know about. One thing I want to flag that's really useful for projects that I strongly recommend they do is start considering whether you should make a level instance zoo. So creating a simple environment with like showcases of these levels is really useful because it gives you just a nice, you can kind of go in there and look at any of these and copy and paste them back into whatever world you're working on. And it gives you like kind of like a nice little palette for you to examine these things. Another thing that I didn't go into is pinning. So within the outliner, if you right click on any actor, like in this case, the tree, I pinned it. And when I unloaded this environment, the tree stays loaded in. So if you are working on content, but honestly, you don't really care about the other stuff that's around it for some reason, feel free to pin it so that any of your loading or unloading within the editor just is irrelevant at that point. You know, you can just focus on the thing that the area that you're working with and work through that. So custom filters are another thing. I'm not sure if everyone's aware of this, but you can type kind of regular expressions into the search of the content browser. But you can also do that and then save them. So in this case, I said, is nanite enabled is false, and if it has more than 5,000 tries, tell it it's a sus mesh. At which point, we can see that these are the meshes in my project that we're sus about, okay? So again, I kind of want to go through some of these because they're just good practices for content management. If anyone's wondering about that whole ability to type in expressions, because you're like, dude, no one told me that, any of the stuff that you hold your mouse above, so if you hold your cursor above anything in the content browser, all of that metadata that's asset registry searchable, that's the stuff that you can search. And if you're doing your own actors or asset types, if you have asset registry searchable on those values, they'll end up in the metadata, and you could do that too. So let's look at file contention and project management. We're going to be stepping through one file per actor, in-editor source control, and uncontrolled change lists. So to start with, if you build large worlds in the traditional way, you were always going to have collisions. Because the issue that we used to have, for anyone that hasn't really tackled that before, is if you're building a big world and you change some stuff and someone else goes to change some stuff, you run into that classic issue of, hey, why have you got this checked out? I was working on it. And they say, oh, I was just moving a barrel. And you're like, that's my barrel to move. What are you doing? And you get weirdly territorial over like one barrel. So every now and then I have these overly specific situations, but I feel like everyone understands me as well. It's your barrel, right? But you get into that issue where like you go to commit and everyone just starts butting heads, and it's not fun for anyone. So one file per actor aims to reduce collisions, because what it does is it gets the map and it breaks that map up into thousands of like 1 kilobyte files. So instead of the map being a big old binary with like a couple of 100 meg, it's now a list to a whole bunch of things that are within it. Okay, so every single part of the map is now stored as a single kilobyte file. Now the advantage of that is like, if you're kind of doing some stuff, actually I'm going to step into that in a bit, but if you are doing things, it kind of helps reduce those collisions. And there are a lot of people that have bounced off it initially, but let's step through it. This is the brightest slide, I regret putting it in. So essentially, it's, as I said, it saves the actors as discrete files to reduce file contention. It's enabled by default with world partition, and to enable it outside of the world partition maps, just go editor, preferences, experimental, one file per actor. Now, you can see here that this map has these like 13 kilobyte files and 24 kilobyte files, and that's like every U asset inside of the map, okay? Now, if we look at this, so as I said before, like typically newcomers to one file per actor don't want to manage a large change list, because anytime you go to commit, if I moved 50 barrels, there's now 50 files to commit, which sounds kind of gross, right? And they're often worried that the team members are going to work in the same place. So this is a really common response to these things, and I kind of wanted to like break it down. So first off is they don't want to manage a large change list, and I get that. But larger change lists are easier to partition into multiple change lists with in-engine source control. So if you are using in-engine source control, which I'll cover in a little bit, you're able to kind of get this and push this up as this is just the lighting changes, this is just the mesh changes, and this is just the gameplay changes. And you can actually push them all up as separate commits, which helps reduce a whole lot of contention right there. Now, the next one is that team members will work in the same place. Now, discrete actor changes, so if I'm just moving this barrel and you're just moving this rock, if they were previously in the same level, they were going to be a collision because they were going to be in the same level, right? But now, because you didn't move the same object, you're way less likely to have accidentally caused a kerfuffle with your team members in the process, okay? So this is like some good steps towards it. Now, a couple of things to be aware of. First off is this weird name that every asset has that you see, you can type that into the scene outliner and find out where the asset is. So just be aware that you can grab that strange name. If you do get something in Perforce that pops up and it's like, this is weird, you can then go, all right, copy that, throw it into the outliner and be like, found your problem, and you'll know what asset that is. The other things that are worth flagging here is that when you are working through this, you can also open up your view modes in the top right and enable like the view of which data layers are visible, what the actor state is of various things, et cetera, et cetera. So like the scene outliner when doing wall partition, there's a lot more that you can kind of expose and view at a glance. And honestly, if you've got a 2-monitor setup, it's not a bad idea to consider having the outliner with more information in a wider space than we traditionally have in a default Unreal Engine setup. So how to get the most out of one file per actor? So embrace working in parallel. Generally, problematic changes are easier to find and have a smaller scale because you can narrow it down to a couple of smaller files. And also, there are no more blind level saves. Instead of just being like, the level was changed, I don't know what changed in it, you can now explicitly say, the level was changed, this thing was moved. I keep picking on the barrel. I also feel weird pointing at a person by accident and saying, this thing, not you, mate, you're good. But like, that kind of setup, it really does help. So the next thing to bring up is I kept mentioning in-engine source control. And if you're jaded on in-engine source control, like there's a lot of people who used in-engine source control that we had in UE4, and you looked at it and you were like, yeah, nah. But it's getting a lot better. And they told me that, and I was like, really? And it is actually getting a lot better. 5.2 and 5.3 have added a fair bit to it. So it is pretty good now. So in-engine source control, what do we need to know about it? So if you've got in-engine source control running, it lets you break up your work into multiple commits, validate the data on submission, and move between assets referenced by GUIDs. So when there are problems or are things being referenced, you can click on them and see where they are in the world immediately. For data reasons, that's really useful. So the thing that I mentioned before was uncontrolled change lists. What is an uncontrolled change list? Basically, if you open up your change lists menu, any changes that you've made are going to appear in this default uncontrolled change list. And if you were to commit, it would throw all of those files up to source control, right? However, if you want, you can create a bunch of different change lists and just drag the files that you want to into that commit. So I can grab all of those lights, throw them into that, and commit that as the lighting change. Or I can grab all of the stuff that I can see regarding a certain environment and throw them into a specific change list as well. Another thing to note is you can shelve from within here as well. So for anyone that's unaware of what shelving is, it's getting a commit, and instead of saying commit this and throw this into main for all the world to see, it gets it and says, hey, commit this, but put it aside. And a good example of that is if you make a situation that is a bug, and you want an engineer or someone to investigate that bug, but you don't want to kind of put that up in such a way that it'll break the game. Shelving it means that you can then kind of put it aside and talk to an engineer and be like, I broke this, and it's not actually broken now, but it will break again because Murphy's Law, right? So please investigate now. And that gives them a nice little repro use case that you can kind of push off to the side. Next up is keeping your problems your problems. So custom submit validation can be used to validate before it goes to the team. This is a pretty cool one. For anyone that's unfamiliar with it, we have a data validation plugin that you can enable. So if you enable the data plugin validation, you can set up rules for this kind of thing, and you can check that assets meet naming conventions, are enforcing certain space and performance budgets. I love how many phones I just saw come up at the same time to take a screenshot of this slide. Makes me feel good about putting it in Exalted. Like, do I need to mention this? And also catching like non-cyclic dependencies and things like that. As far as like developer callouts are concerned, validation rules can be set up through C++ or Blueprint. However, the standard commandlet will only run C++ rules if it's not extended. Basic and core validators are already done on submit, such as like reference issues and missing files and those kind of things, so we'll pick them up already. Also, to be honest, the docs are really good on this, so I strongly recommend if you are going to go down this pathway, just going to the data validation in Unreal Engine docs page and investigating that yourself is valuable. It has a payoff. And this is a really good practice to be in. Like any medium-sized team that's really kind of managing this, finding a way to really have your whole team keeping standards for these kind of things and catching them before it becomes a problem is really, really, really valuable. So the next topic I wanted to go into is things to do offline. So I want to look at just all of the stuff that could theoretically be set up by a Jenkins server or something that you're going to have that's going to just overnight handle some of these things. You don't have to do them overnight, but like the best work is the work you don't have to do. So if you can offload it to something else, it's great. First off is Minimap. Mipmap, what a nerd. Minimap generation, right? So if we look at Minimap generation, that little minimap that you saw on the bottom right before actually does take a little while to generate because it has to load everything in every level and examine them and then generate a minimap of them and then push that out. Which, you know, on certain maps doesn't take too long, but as the world gets bigger and bigger and bigger, that can actually become a surprisingly arduous task. So you can run this command here, and just that will then build it without you needing to actually be the one to click build and then commit it yourself. So this is just really useful if you do have a server that's able to kind of run that, build it for you, and then on completion commit that file for you. You don't have to care about it. Next up is HLOD generation. So for anyone that's unaware of HLODs, HLODs are hierarchical LODs. Basically what we do is in world partition, I keep talking about us unloading all of the stuff, right? Like, you know, when we walk away from a town, get rid of it. But of course, if I was to turn around from the top of a mountain, my town would be missing, and that would be bad. Steam reviews would be angry, right? So what we do is we have a thing called HLOD. I like that one person found that really funny. Just you like your Steam reviews. But over here, like how this works is when we go away from the town, what we actually do is world partition generates it generates a proxy of some sort. And instead of seeing the actual town in all of its grandeur, we get a simplified one that looks good from afar, but up close it would be far from good. So having that kind of that setup means that the world still feels big, but as we approach, we swap that proxy out, we put in the real thing, and hopefully your players are none the wiser. Now, general HLODs for faraway areas. HLOD can add to memory, but it saves on other performance hits because you do now have to have the memory of all of those extra like proxy meshes that you generated, right? So you've streamed out a whole bunch of stuff on one hand, but the other stuff is still there. But don't be afraid to add multiple HLOD layers or setups as well. It's an important thing to call out here is you can have that, you can have multiple layers of HLODs to manage. It's worth noting that you will have a long initial build, but only invalidated HLODs will be rebuilt. So the first time you ever build HLODs, it's going to build a proxy mesh for everything. Okay, it's going to go through, and any cell that has a mesh in it, it's going to generate some sort of proxy or simplification for all of those things. And that takes a while. But after it's done that, when you click build HLOD again, it's only going to build the cells that changed. And that's going to be much quicker. So what's probably going to happen is the first person on your team that clicks build HLODs is going to get really jaded and be like, this process sucks. Because they're going to have a whole long period because they changed everything. However, the next person is going to be like, what do you mean? That was great. It built in like 5 seconds. And that's because the second person is going to get the benefit of everything already being built by the other person. You know what I mean? So that is something to keep in mind. The other thing there is, you can run the toggle draw runtime hash2d to display the HLOD cells that are loaded in green. Other things to keep in mind is on this commandlet in the top right, you can tell it to either set them up, build them, or even deleting all HLODs if you need to for some reason. HLOD types. So there are 3 types of HLOD. First off, you have instancing. This is a really nice one. All it does is you flag certain meshes as instanced, and it will grab all of the meshes that are the same type, and it will just make the same mesh at the lowest LOD and instance them over and over and over again. So this would be great for like distant trees, for instance, would make total sense for instancing. Merged mesh is going to get all of the static mesh assets and merge them into a single proxy mesh with like a single simplified material that's a combination of all of those materials. And then you have simplified mesh, which kind of does the merged mesh one, but it then kind of runs a mesh simplification on that process. HLODs in practice, what do we actually see in these? So Fortnite Chapter 4 had 2 HLOD setups. It had 2 layered building setups and 1 layer of trees. The building HLOD used a special merged mesh with destruction support. I think it was Ryan Brooks gave a talk on this quite a while ago that was explaining how this works. But there's certain extra stuff that is done in Fortnite so that the meshes that you see from a distance, if they were destroyed, they still look destroyed, which is a pretty clever little trick. The tree HLODs in Fortnite are using instance layer, as I mentioned before, and they're always loaded. In Valley of the Ancient, it just had 1 instance HLOD layer, which was always loaded. In the Matrix Awakens, the HLOD setups had 2 layers. We had an HLOD 0, which was nanite-enabled instancing, and then we had an HLOD 1 simplified mesh. So other call-outs. So this is some other stuff that I'd like to go through in my remaining, 8 minutes. Hard numbers, tools, workflow, fun. Now, I'm a level with you. I'm not intending on reading this slide out. This was the slide for these folks who I knew would pull out their phone and be like, give me the data. This is one of those topics where, honestly, there's just a lot of hard numbers that are really good to know about sometimes for very specific cases. So I kind of wanted to put some of these hard numbers just in front of everyone to look at and be like, this is of interest to me, and if you want to take a shot of that, you're more than welcome to. Okay. The next one is the Matrix Awakens demo. So again, some hard numbers for everyone to kind of take a quick look at if you're interested in what some of those add up here. One thing that is noteworthy in the Matrix Awakens demo is this bottom point, which is landscape, none. That whole thing was done with meshes. So before I kind of go into the future looking, I want to reiterate one point, which is something I brought up really early on in this presentation. I brought up a lot of rules and a lot of processes, a lot of commands and a lot of things that are useful there. And I really do want to stress again, just like management of a huge world needs oversight. And having someone that's in charge of that and responsible for that, in this image depicted by the giant death robot, that person is really important to the team. If you are building a large world, considering having someone that is in charge of that really does pay off. And it means that the world partition and grid decisions and those kind of things can factor into other conversations early, rather than being something that you try and optimize later, but just spatially you've made a problem for yourself, okay? So I really wanted to kind of bang on that drum a bit. So with that, there's a few things that are coming in the future, things that will be quite useful. So before I mentioned the data layers are all, if anything is in a data layer, it will load that asset in. And that's really useful, right? For a lot of situations, if you have a bunch of quests, if those quests come in, then the quest markers and stuff that you'd set up inside the data layer will like bring those assets in and they'll all see it. But sometimes you want an and situation, which is to say, flagging an asset to say, I only want you in if every data layer that says you can be in it has been triggered. versus an or situation, which is what we have now, which is if this or this data layer or this data layer says show this asset, then show this asset. Do you get what I mean? So like that and or support adds a lot more variability, and it gives you, it means you can do more with them. I mentioned the bookmark system before, which is like what we're hoping to have in the future on that front, which is a more comprehensive system of not only adding locations, but when you open up certain bookmarks, it'll go to that location, stream in the stuff, and also give you certain extra data layers being triggered or whatever else you need in that context. Persistency, there is already a persistency plugin that snuck in with 5.3, but it is early. It's an experimental right now, I believe. But that is the idea of, hey, if I change some stuff in this cell and I run all the way over here and I come back, is the door that I left open still open? You know, those kind of things. So tracking persistency is important, and having a good solution for that in future is definitely on the roadmap. So there is something that lets you do the door open situation that I just described right now, but it does require you flagging certain actors with, in a config file at the moment. Alternative streaming types coming in. So this is, at the moment, everything's broken down into 2D cells, right? And that works in a lot of situations, but like, what if I have a game set in a skyscraper or something like that? You know, like immediately, my dreams of making a Die Hard clone are gone, right? So 3D grids are an ideal use case for that kind of thing. That is on the roadmap, as well as coarse and volume-based. So coarse is looking at having grid cells, but being a little bit smarter about the logic to say, hey, look, there is a cell right next to this one with one actor in it that's really close to the line and nothing else in it. Maybe we should just make a slightly squiggly line and bring all of these things in together. Do you know what I mean? So coarse is kind of having a slightly rougher approximation with some logic rules to cluster things into world partition a little bit better. That's the dream, because hopefully that means a lot of those rules that I described to you before as like stay in the grid is now stay kind of in the grid. And that's friendlier, right? But that is something ideally in the future, and volume-based is something closer to your traditional level streaming setups. Static lighting support, it's not there right now, but would be good in the future. Hot reloading, wider engine, just general feature support. There are a few things that don't support world partition right now because of large world coordinates. In-editor camera streaming. So I mentioned before that when you're playing a project right now, it'll automatically stream in and stream out as appropriate, but in the editor, you've got to kind of micromanage that. In an ideal world, that's something that we can have a button that says, hey, right now, just show it to me as I'm moving around. MFPA is kind of cool. So I was talking before about one file per actor, which is OFPA. MFPA is multiple files per actor. And you're probably like, what? Why? So if a feature like PCG, which we demoed in Electric Dreams, generates an entire forest, right? But when it generates an entire forest, you don't want all of those to be like 1 kilobyte files. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of stuff there, especially since they're all kind of paired back to this one actor over here that's storing their core data. Multiple files per actor would mean that all of those things would still have something that says, hey, load in those cells, but they would all link back to one actor spatial on your hard drive that would then reference out. Okay, so it's kind of a weird concept, but there's definitely some areas of UE that would benefit from it. And finally, server streaming. So having it so that your server can kind of load these things and unload these things instead of kind of right now where we're generally speaking, everything's loaded on the server, and in the clients, they're the ones that are getting the benefits of unloading and reloading. So with that, we're done. I hope that was useful. Again, it's a really great new system. I am excited about all of these things and where these technologies are going, because I know there's more to micromanage and there's other things out there. But it is really exciting to know that building these larger worlds, building these huge environments is just becoming easier and easier and easier, and honestly just achievable in a way that they weren't before. And I think that's really exciting for the future. So I hope this talk has been useful. I had 1 minute left, so that's pretty good timing. I will flag that after this talk, there is a keynote in 15 minutes that everyone is encouraged to attend, but they will be closing the doors on the minute. So If you want there, a brisk walk may be a good idea. Now, you got 15 minutes, you'll make it. But I hope this has been useful. Thank you very much for your time.